I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I should be going to sleep. But it's fine. Let's see how long. I would go with the tank first. You're gonna get a Q faster. One of these two right here, heavy, guardian, shield knight. I'm gonna go with shield knight because that's the one I know, so I don't have to think about putting points into it. I'm gonna be skipping all the cutscenes, so no spoilers, or at least very few, if any. Spoilers, sweetie, right? And in any case, oh no, my PB just went down. How long does it take to speedrun this game? I know, right? I'd love to be able to put spaces in my name. Alright. Hitting the escape key, you can back out of stuff quicker than actually holding F, by the way, if you're on... I'm so excited, I just can't stop moving right. Speed run this game the fastest. I don't know, it depends on if you're doing it for work. Might take 8 hours. Auto. Hit him again. A little harder. Knock it over. It keeps bouncing back up and hitting you in the face. Check the ray. Alright, and then after here you can actually put on your mount. You should have one already. If you don't have the pre-order bonus, I don't know if it's going to expire or whatever. You won't have one. But you get a mount. So right here is when you actually would have put stuff. Sorry, wrong button. It's also the wrong button. Like I said, my PB is going to go up after this, right? I'm going to push stuff because that's damage. Strength right there. That's damage. Now we're good to go. It only takes 10 minutes to get to a guild. You have to be level 9 and 10. That's what we're trying to do. Get to the guild before reset real quick. That way I can get some more guild points in my guild. I didn't hit that portal like I should have. I was too hyper focused on what I'm doing. And again, I don't think he understood the first time, madam. Alright. Plus, I get to see how far, how close to XP you can get without hitting 60. I don't think you'll hit 60. You'll probably hit 50 something, 55 maybe. Maybe you'd want to wait till here to actually put on equipment. Oh, not yet. I mean, if you're speed running it. If you're not speed running, I don't think it matters, right? I mean, everybody's talking about re-rolling and stuff like that, and I'm like, I don't think it's that type of game, just being honest. You could do it that way with the free stuff that they've given you, but I don't think it's intentionally designed that way. If you ever don't get that mill anymore, then re-rolling is not going to work. He's hungry, man. He woke up hangry. What happened to him, man? He ate dirt for some strange reason. He kind of deleted him. Good night. Well. Okay. Apparently I could not jump through the hoop. Oh no! I exist, I know I do. Don't say I don't. Lying people. Somebody doesn't want me to exist in their reality doesn't mean I do or don't want to exist in their reality. Somebody wanted me here. To the contrary. I mean, don't get me wrong. It might be quicker to do it with a DPS. But if you're talking about actually playing the character past that, go with a healer or a tank. A tank's going to get into a queue faster, but a healer's going to be more productive later. And a tank is well more needed to at least start off with. That way you have it unlocked. You'll get an item later to unlock the other subset. I don't know if I'm going to do it. We'll do that later. You'll get one for free. So you can unlock whichever class you want to after the fact. Right? 9. What was my guild number again? I think it's 25781. I think. If not, I'm gonna have a problem trying to find it. Probably should have studied that before I did this. Right after you do this quest, you'll be able to join a guild. Come on, nice and hurry up. This one's good for soloing with. It heals you, so I mean, put it on a DPS if you're AFKing or something, just in case. I just got high enough level to join a guild. I want to say it's 25781. There we go. Apply. This could be you. A full person party. You never know. Apply. We're here. So now I can join the guild. Go to the guild center. Do your 2 dailies. I need to do, I'll go through this rotation after the daily reset. I need to do this real quick. They have something running like I do. An upgrade. You can spend your 150 of them. It's expensive. True. But it's the only time you can turn in, that I know of, that you can turn in bound rose orbs into unbound Luno. So now I can do this over here. Right, because I have unbound Luno. We need 31 of these. So that's a little expensive. Make sure there's not on that was cheaper. It's way too expensive. 80 for these, about 100 for these. You're looking at about 200 for these. And And this, if you can get lucky and find one for 1,700. So which one was cheapest? Is this one, right? I was wrong. So you need to buy arcane. You need to buy 16 of them, I think. 6. Me up to this marker because this is unbound Luno, so you spend that much to get the guild stuff. You get all of this stuff tomorrow, and you'll help the guild out, and you'll make back as long as you try to keep it to a 1.5 to 1 ratio. So this costs 1.5, so this is 330. So you want to keep it to where it's below that, so it only costs 200 Luno or something like that. This one 60 Luno would be what you're going for. It's 68, I think, is the lowest. You don't have to worry about departing it. It will automatically depart within an hour, but I was a little late, so I went ahead and did it just in case. And that's that. Now we're done with that. Now we can continue with the story. And I'll do the gameplay loop again at the end. But that's just that for right now. Like I said, once you hit here and do that quest to make your imagine, you can join a guild. Since I'm here, let me go ahead and do this. There's a couple things that you might want to do to begin with, especially if you join a guild. So you pull up this right here, and then go to chat right here. Open this up. You would come down here. You need to turn on bullet screen for your guild. I always go transparency up. You can speed up the pace, and turn off world from general. It kind of is bad to some degree, but because you'll lose world chat from general, so you're not getting all of this spam over here. You can easily click here and see all of the world chat. So I turn off world here, so if somebody in your team or somebody in current or general or somebody in your guild says something, you can see it without all of this spam right here. So I would do that. I would turn off world, and then I would turn guild, put it on bullet screen so it comes across the screen when you type like this. So it'll go across the screen. That way, if you're doing something, it does. This game's chat system is bad because when you're in cutscenes like this, you don't see chat, and when you're in menus like this, you don't see chat. So it's kind of blah. But at least when you're running around doing something, if you do leave world chat up, you can still see the spam across your screen, or you can see it come across your screen, so you're not completely in the dark about what's happening. Sorry, I was a little hungry, man. I wasn't bored, I was hungry. Wait, isn't that the same thing? Oh, that's right, we have a mount. Use the mount. Until you hit level 40 in town, you want to use your mount. It's faster. Once you hit level 40, you can actually parkour faster without your mount in town, because you don't have stamina in town. Outside of town, technically it's still faster until you run out of stamina. It's faster until you run out of stamina, but then you have to stop and get on your mount. So, yeah, if you actually get a legendary mount, a gold mount, it does have faster movement speed, and that actually might be faster than parkouring in general. But I don't know. I know parkouring in town without a stamina cap, you can move faster on foot when you hit level 40. Because the movement in this game is pretty awesome. I've put some feedback and suggestions to try for them to make it more fluid. But for what it is right now, it's a really good movement system. No! Can I make it? Yes. That's the bad thing about mounts, is they really can't jump. The legendary ones, they do get an extra ability that does allow them to jump, so it's not too bad. But of course, those are kind of paid mounts, so you really can't just like get one for no reason. They gave you this dog, and that dog, in my opinion, is still, until you can get the horse. And I'll go over that later. It's the best. It's better in my opinion. Unless you're AFK moving around, and then it doesn't matter. But if you're manually there, I still think the dog is slightly better. Oops. Because you can keep boosting it like this. The other mounts, they have cooldowns on it, so this one you can keep constantly boosting it. And if you're sprinting when you do it, which is, you know, where you have the speed lines and you do it, the cooldown on the boost is shortened. Oh, I forgot you're supposed to touch the... Oh, caught on a wheel, man. It's supposed to be spinning, not stayed in place. Oh, Madam looks mad. Uh-oh. What did you do to me, man? Wonder how long this is actually gonna take. I'm gonna say 8 hours. I can get into a fight where I can open up my menu. Might just have to stop and upgrade stuff, so skip. Oh, that works. Parkour! Alright, this is when you actually get your mount right here. Now you can, if that mount isn't in the game because they didn't send the mail out or something for pre-registered later. I'll grab it this time since I didn't grab it last time. Did I unlock? That's when you actually get your mount. So you'd have to be running on foot if you don't have this pup. Let me go ahead and out 9 use. And I got gear and stuff. Let's go ahead and go in here and start doing stuff. 20. Alright, then we go to skills. So you just wanna upgrade the top 3. For sure. On every class you just want to upgrade the top 3 for sure. Luno becomes a bottleneck if you're not careful, so you want to make sure you only upgrade the ones you're planning on using. I'm going to be using Judgment, and that's it. I'm going to use Sacred Blade, Radiance, and Zil Crusade, so I'm not even going to level these two, honestly, because I'm not going to, because it costs 200 orbs to reset. It's pretty pricey, so it's better to not put it into something you're not going to level, especially if you're free to play. If you're not free to play, then it's whatever. But if you are free to play, oh, I don't have that yet. Isn't it working? What just happened there? Pardon expletives. Dyslexic. It's easier than trying to find the right adjective. I don't know why that does that. Y'all need to make it not do that. It does that in the underground as well. H turns on auto. I don't know if you can access auto at the beginning. You would go into settings over here. If you want to be able to, on mobile, you would go into settings and you would turn on this right here, auto combo, and then the widget will pop up. And then you can come in here and set which ones you want to have on or off, and then you hit save. wonder what would happen if I broke that down. This is, I think, the longest part if you're re-rolling. But at that point, it's like, you wouldn't really go any farther than this. I don't think. You could, but I mean, there would be no reason to even hit this moment. Not in my opinion. Because you can't rush any of this. A little bit of spoilers, but you unless you know Japanese, you really can't read it, right? Zettai. You don't let it happen, madam. Don't let it happen. Oh, and you do get a free re-character customization, your hairstyle and your looks. So if you just want to get into the game and start playing, you don't really have to worry about it. You will be able to reset it later, but you only get one for free. After that, it's going to cost orbs. I think it's like 200 orbs each. Should have spun around and I didn't. But this was the coolest preset that they had, so I used this one. This was my ideal preset. Madam looks tsundere all the way, man. So I could have jumped down there. I'll probably have to wait for her to get down to the bottom anyway. Maybe not. Ah, dude looked a lot sturdier than that. I hit it like once and it fell down, man. Run away. I don't think you're moving fast enough, madam. I'm blind. Oh my god. Don't look directly into the light. Crap. Right here? You got this, madam. It's just easy to play on auto. And when you're playing on tablet and stuff, I mean, it's just way easier to play on auto. It's basic attack. Having your basic attack always on auto is very, very helpful. It's hard to spin the camera and jump and dodge and stuff. It really is. The parkour, they have a parkour leisurely event, and that's atrocious to do on mobile. It really is. It's like you have to take your pointer finger, put it above like all your widgets and move it around, and then when you need to hit a button, you can tap it with your thumb while you're moving the camera with your pointer finger. It's pretty rough, man. I'm not saying you couldn't acclimate to it, but they really need to allow you to reposition your whole HUD. That way, because for accessibility purposes, it's really required, in my opinion. I mean, and it'll get a lot more people off of auto, because auto is just so much more convenient when you don't have an analog stick where you're how like a controller's function or a mouse's function. I mean, it's rough when you have to use a touch screen to spin the camera and then still touch the screen too. It's rough. It's rough. It's doable, You put it on auto and then just dodge all the AoEs and stuff, but it's suboptimal on a DPS check, that's for sure. I mean, like I said, at that point you would turn off everything but your auto attack, and then manually press the skills while you're dodging AoEs and stuff like that. Yes. Yes. Progress. Trials unlocked. Where are we going? Oh, this probably works. That's right. Because right now you've unlocked gathering, but you have to, in order to do gathering, so if you're trying to make an alt, right here, you need to at least do this quest, and then you can unlock gathering and go do gathering. So you can start using focus, invite yourself to the guild, or not your guild, but your homestead once you hit 40. All in good time. All in good time. Okay, you can't rush this one. You have to actually click. I want to give it a try. Let's go. Vroom. Hoverboards like this do work on water. They have the power. Do they? Oh, okay, they won't. Hey, man, it'd be cool, right? You can just jump on your hoverboard and then glide across the water. I'm waiting for them to add a water level where you can swim underwater. Like, you can't actually swim underwater. I'm waiting for them to allow that. That'd be neat. When you have a stamina bar, might as well just turn it into your oxygen bar at that point, where you can only be underwater for that long. Because I think how it works currently is it's set to where when you run out of stamina, you fall into water and respawn. I kind of don't like that. Because realistically, you can float. I mean, I don't know how people are capable of doing it, staying on water, above water and floating without sinking. I mean, of course, if you're not panicking or anything like that, I'm sure you can do it if you, like, fell asleep, but... some rest. So now you can do life skills. They unlocked right here. So now you can actually do that, gain focus and stuff like that. That's one of the dailies you got to do is use 400 focus a day. Well, you don't really have to use 400 until you hit 2,000, and then you have to use 400 a day. Okay, that was a very finicky hitbox to interact with. Spoilers. Nine. Okay. I was moving forward. Why'd you roll me backwards? All right. Again, I'm only going to focus on the main quest. You will probably need to do those side quests in order to get max level. But all right, so I think I've unlocked like the unstable spaces and stuff like that. Let me go double check map, because I might want to try to do that. It's right here, so I don't think I can yet. So I'm gonna miss the daily on that, which is fine. I'll do it when I hit closer to 60. Maybe they'll allow me to get the right stones or whatever. I should have started a little bit early. At least got the guild for. At least helped the guild out. I was jumping ahead. Oh no. It all gets timey-wimey. Gotta watch out. All blends together, man. Order of events, man. Zero. The thing turns how it wants. That's not how I would turn it. There we go. All right. So now you've unlocked all of these. These are your system quests right here. So if you need to understand how to do the game, how the game works, that's what the blue ones are. They're system quests. These are side quests. And of course, this is your main quest. So this will give you a rudimentary understanding of how shit functions. But so like I said, I missed a reset for this. This resets every day. I'll get back to that later. Also, here, if you want to learn how to do anything, it's all in here in this guide function at the bottom, right here. This includes dungeon mechanics as well. So if you're not sure how like master dungeons work, right? Like right here, it'll tell you like specific stuff that you can function on. So there is a guide in the game, but the purple quests are system quests, and they're very rudimentary. They point you in the right direction, but they're very brief. There's enough. If you read everything on the screen, there's enough to give you understanding of how it functions, but you still gonna have to work with it in order to. You're gonna have to get some hands-on experience, basically, to actually fully grasp what it's talking about. At least I did. I mean, I'm dyslexic. Maybe I was reading it wrong. Maybe it's way better. Maybe it's worded way better than I think it is, and I'm not good at reading. Like I said, I'm not gonna focus on anything except for the main quest right now. I'll do a little bit of explaining, but for the most part, it's just getting where you're going. I messed up and I should have grabbed a quest that I didn't grab, actually. I need to go back to that quest. Oh, that's the wrong teleport. I need to go get this one right here. Terra Residence is what you want. Fine. I needed to pick that quest up. Like I said, I'll explain when I get done with the main scenario. I'll explain all the side quests and stuff. I'll go through that then. But you need to grab that one because it helps you with your movement. I completely forgot to grab it. I'm surprised the game actually doesn't force you to do it first, because there's a Terra Resonance you actually have to resonate with, and it's up there on top of that way up there on that floating island. And I couldn't, if I had done that, if I had picked up that quest, it would have actually taken me where I needed to go. And I didn't pick up that quest. I climbed all the way up there. You can climb up there. It takes forever. But there is a better way to actually get up there than that. So if you were just going to do an alt and nothing else, this is about how far you would want to go. You would want to come over here and you would want to grab your movement stuff, your resonance stuff. I still think going to 40 for Homestead or going to 55 for the Bureau commissions would be ideal. But if you're just going to log in, do a couple of dailies, maybe do unstable stuff, so you come over here and touch this. This is why I would say take it this far. So you can get your Terra Resonance. And of course, don't be like me and completely ignore any teleports that I have been doing. Because a lot of people, when they first started out, they're like, how do I get up there? This quest, if you follow this quest, it shows you how to get up there. I did it in the beta, and I didn't know how to get up there. I climbed up the mountain. I Skyrimmed it, man. You know, when you're running up a mountain in Skyrim, you just keep jumping to try to make it up top of it. Yeah, that's how I made it up there. I climbed all the way up to the top and just kept going. This is actually how you get up there. It's a very scenic and, you know, immersive route. It actually looks pretty cool. It takes you around the whole thing and shows you what basically the terrain and stuff looks like. Yeah, I climbed up Pride Rock right here all the way up to the top. You can do it. But it's rough, man. It is rough. See, because there's actually things you can jump on. But it is rough. You climb up the backside, you can actually make it up to the top. Because you can get up to that point and then jump over. That's how I made it up there. I didn't know you had fast travel. And of course, you resonate with this. And this is what you need. You need the Phantom Dash. I could break this. I don't care. Your boxes are trash. I'm just being honest. I'm a pay-to-play person. I don't personally care about free orbs. If I need orbs, I'll buy them. And if those don't reset, like daily or monthly or something like that, like I think that's how Genshin worked. I think Genshin Impact, they had it set to where they'd respawn every day or something like that, or after every maintenance, maybe every 2 weeks or something like that. But every maintenance or something, every 2 weeks, all of the boxes in the world should respawn. If they are not respawning, then it's crap. In my opinion, it's crap. If they do respawn and I just don't know they respawn, then it's fine. But if they do not respawn, I'm gonna run around and pick up two orbs here or there. It's crap. Ooh, there's fall damage. There's fall damage, man. Where did it spawn me, man? Okay, madam, you regenerate it. You got this. Wait, I think I can climb up this mountain. Well, I hope so, because there's twigs up here that I might want to get if I'm a low level. All right, let's not do that. Let's find a safe way down. Skyrim it. Well, Elder Scroll it technically, right? Go over and hit this first. I did not know there was fall damage, to be honest. I did not know there was fall damage. And I've played this game how long? Since the beta? Oop, wrong button. I'm still a noob too. Don't let game time fool you. Don't let gear score fool you. People are noobs and lying about it. They play the game one way and then, you know, act like they're adapting to the situation. When they're not, they're what's it called? Conforming to the situation and then memorizing it and then being lazy about it. I know, I'm one of those people. I understand acclimation as conforming, not actually adapting. I'm sorry if you feel differently about it, but that's what it is in my opinion. Because if there's only one way to do something, and you can't do something more than one way, you're conforming. There's no adapting to that one way. You're conforming. There's multiple ways to achieve it. Then you're adapting because I don't have to do it this way. I can do it this way, but I'm adapting to the situation. I'm compromising my beliefs with the situation to integrate a little bit of that into it. But in the end, that's not what you're doing. You're completely it's not conforming. You're completely altering and shifting how you play over to the other way of playing, and that's not adapting, man. That's conforming to a play style, in my opinion. I can't play offense anymore because of how defense is balanced, and I have to switch defense and play defense against somebody playing defense. That's conforming. That's not adapting to defense. They never switch to offense. If they switch to offense, then it's a little bit of it's up in the air. But if they're always on defense and never switch to offense, you're having to conform to their play style. You can't adapt to that. You're adapting, sure, but you're still conforming to the way the game's being approached and played, right? Oh, I don't have my jumps yet. Oh, I'm going to the beach. I thought I was going into the Ocean Hill office. Oh, I see what I mean. Thank God that wall was there, else I would have ran off of it. Ikaru, we can do this, madam. We got it. Get it, get it. I should have picked a DPS, but I didn't. There we go. Oh, because I'm trying to explain the best way of actually approaching this game in the beginning. People are always going to want a tank, more so than they need a healer. I'm being honest. A tank is going to be more important than a healer, from my experience. A healer is the second most important thing, and if you're soloing stuff, a tank or a healer is the ideal thing to be, because a DPS is very bad about doing bosses and elites. A tank can probably do an elite. A tank can do an elite, and a tank can do a boss. But I don't know if a healer can do an elite. A healer should be able to do a boss, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh wait. Oops. Always forget, and then it's gonna tell me to go back to Tina. I've only done this a couple of times. One too many, but a couple of times. But yeah, so like a DPS really can't do bosses solo. A tank can do a boss solo. I don't know if a healer can do a boss solo, but a healer can keep all the DPSs up while you're doing a boss if a tank's not there. If that makes any sense. So I mean, it's very helpful for party play to, like, if you want to actually solo but be party helpful, going a healer would be the best for helping with bosses, like DPS is wanting to do bosses and stuff. Because eventually people aren't going to be doing that boss, or there's going to be a time frame where nobody's doing that boss, and you could do it on tank. You can just stand there and solo it. But then if a DPS comes and shows up, they can't do all the mechanics because they don't have somebody to heal them through the dots. So they're eventually going to go down. So if you're autoing on tank and you don't revive them, it's going to be problematic. If you revive them on tank, it's fine. But so at that point, it's better if you want to just play auto. It'd be better to go with healer, honestly. I would think, as long as you're high enough to do that boss. I mean, there are just some bosses that just their mechanics won't hit you, so you got to be careful. Buku Chief is pretty horrible. Tempest Ogre is pretty horrible. For the most part, the other ones weren't really too bad. I don't know, I just dabbled with the Celestial Flyer and the Goblin King and stuff like that, and the Lizard Man King. They could probably be pretty gnarly. They one-shot you if you're not careful. But that's current. That's level. Those are level 60 guys, so they're pretty rough. I mean, the Muku King just spawned or gained access today, so I'm gonna need to do that on my main character. But I'm not in any rush. It has a chance of dropping a weapon box and weapons, but I'll go over that more when we get to the gameplay loop. Like I said, this box right here, these types of boxes should respawn every maintenance. The gold ones or whatever that give you like 5 and stuff, I can understand those not respawning. But those ones right there, they should be randomly spawning all over the place after every maintenance. At least after every maintenance. After the server basically gets refreshed. Like I said, the gold ones, I can understand those only being once because they're their 5 orbs and their special. But you could do that on the major updates, like season 2, right? Like during the season updates, that's when you refresh those ones, right? So bi-weekly maintenance, you refresh the silver ones, and then on the major seasonal updates, you refresh the gold ones, or the regal ones. The ones that look really fancy, they got gold trim and stuff like that. Do I need to open this up? Oh my god! The mounts do not turn worth a crap. They have a mind of their own and they don't turn worth a crap. They probably turn way more realistic, but still it makes it an issue. Where are we going? Oh, it's probably faster actually. As long as I have the teleport, right? Alright, while I'm here, since I haven't done this yet, let's go. We'll pick up this stuff later. The one thing I need to do is grab or equip all of my gear. An optimizational equipment would be nice. I don't have any of that yet. This is actually what I came in here for, was to auto activate. On this one, I would just auto activate it because it's like you have to learn all of this to get down here anyway, so you'll eventually get it all. There's really no point in studying that crap really hardcore. No, not near my best. Because I can upgrade this more. Secret blade unlock. Unlock. This goes here. Actually, this goes here. That's like I said. You're gonna bottleneck at Luno if you're not careful. I didn't put this on before I should have. All right. Look at me. I'm looking like an adventurer now. Yes. We're not quite hero yet, but we're working it. Right? We're still a rookie adventurer. Well, we're not so rookie anymore. Not bad for only being an adventurer for an hour, right? Less than an hour. Why, hello. Welcome to my party. You want to join my team? No? Hit him again, I don't think he understood. She'll bash him again, madam. There you go. Hulk smash. Oh no, that's the Captain America charge from Marvel vs. Capcom, right? Stop it. The tank has a bug to where you auto swing, you gotta cancel it out. Sometimes it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Sometimes you'll be holding the button, because if you hold the button down, you'll swing, right? And sometimes you'll just, while you're holding a button down, you won't be swinging, so you have to let go and press the button, and then of course sometimes the basic attack is a little buggy on Shield Knight specifically. I don't know if any other class has it. I've never experienced it on the Vanguard or whatever it's called, the Oracle, the healer, and then I've never experienced it on the Stormblade. So apparently I was wrong way. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sure. Can't forget to do this stuff. Next one's at 35. 40 is what you want. Once you hit 40, you can actually get some really good movement speed going on. I mean, because the idea is that you're people starting late. It's like, well, I'm too far behind, and yes and no. I still say play it at your own leisure and enjoy the story experience, because that's the majority of the content. Everything else is just filler content of rinse and repeat grinding. So like everyone's gonna be like, this game has no content, right? And if you're sitting here doing what I'm doing right now, rushing through the whole story, you're losing out on all of this content. This is the content right here. The story is the content. So if you're intentionally skipping it and then complaining that you get in game and there's nothing to do because you rushed to the end of it, you're the one that caused the fact that there's no content, because the content is reading the story and immersing yourself in the lore, right? So it's like, I don't know. That's why I can never agree with allowing, or the developers making a rush you to in-game mechanic. They need to make it to where it's relevant for people that are at the end to help people in the beginning, and that's all that matters. As long as you have that, then there's no reason to rush them to the end of the game, right? And realistically, doing it to where your main XP you get from the quest line helps with that, because you're giving them, for doing the experience, you're giving them the XP for it. So I mean, I don't know. It really depends on how you look at it. I don't believe anybody should be. You should ruin all of the content you've made before by rushing people to the end of the game. Say this game launches on PS5 or Xbox and Switch, right? Technically, it should still be on the Microsoft Store. Say if it launches on a Microsoft Store and you can download it on Xbox, right? Why would you rush them to the end of the game? You have all of that previous content to help catch them up, so they can experience the game the way that we experienced the game from the beginning. And you know, the Terra did that, and when Terra did that, that was a problem, because I was like, oh yeah, we gotta play Terra again. I remember playing it at launch on PC. It was so awesome and everything like that, right? It was so epically awesome. And then when I got on and played it, they left all of the catch-up mechanics from PC into the port, instead of utilizing all of those expansions that they could have launched the base game of Terra and then just slowly added all of that stuff on and made more content for it. And they didn't do that, so the experience comparative to the launch of PC was subpar, because you rushed everybody to endgame instead of let people experience the world, which is the most important thing. Running around getting ganked by people because open PvP zones and stuff like that, right? As you're leveling. I mean, I can understand. It's kind of you do have the issue to where it's like Black Desert Online, to where you try to merge the two over, but unless the economies are situated first, you have to be very careful, because then the PC people that are advanced will start taking advantage of the PS4 people that aren't there yet, if that makes any sense, right? So closing off a platform until the economy gets stabilized and then integrating it into the PC version makes sense. Eventually you would want to get to that point, but at that point you should never make it to where the old content is not, people don't do it, because that means anybody that's new that plays are running around town and nobody's there, because they're all in the second town at the new expansion, and they never see anybody, and like, why is the game so dead? Because you've taken You've taken the community out of the game and moved it and then forced them to catch up to them. And then it's like, well, I want to enjoy the experience at my own time, on my own time, right? You know, that happened when I was playing Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn, when it launched. I'm sitting there, they launched a new class. They launched a new class, Arcanist, right? And I was like, okay, I haven't leveled that. All of my other classes, all of my other crafting are maxed, right? I'm all level 50 on all my stuff. There's nothing I can do. So I'm going to go through the story as an Arcanist and level it at the same time. And I think I got to level like 25 or 30. And then I had people in my guild be like, why are you still doing that? Rush through the content and get here and do this in-game stuff with us. And I'm like, I'm trying to enjoy the whole point of this, the whole content of this game, which is not the grind fest, repetitive, fake-ass content at the end of it. It's this right here. That's why it saddens me so much that there's typos in this still. There's voice lines that aren't acted. There's cutscenes that pop up so fast you can't even read them. This is the majority of the content in the game, and people are just doing what I'm doing right now to get to endgame to play with people that are also rushing to endgame instead of experiencing the story. That's why I have to hand it to them for locking the progression of the story behind a time gate. You can only do so many quests a day. That way you can actually do all of the quests in a single day and not have to worry about it. You'll eventually hit the progression wall and you can't do anything, right? So you have to wait till tomorrow anyway. So what's the point of rushing to the end if you're eventually just going to catch up with everybody else because they can't do anything but sit there and wait because they just spent 15 minutes on a quest that should have taken them 2 to 3 hours to experience the whole thing. Right? So it's like, and I hope they don't open up another server. I hope they don't, because it's like when the server's live for 26 days, I hope they don't open up a brand new server and try to funnel it there. Because at this point, see, the CN server, the China server, eventually we should catch up to them and we should be merged together to where we're playing from people in China. And the same thing with PlayStation and consoles. They should get added to and be merged into our server. The problem is that the ping rate for people in the EU, because all the servers we're playing on in global, or I think they said, this is gossip, but our American, or our NA side. So I'm rocking 30 to 60 MS. They're rocking like 15 to 300, and they're having latency issues. And you're like, the data center, I don't think that's how you should do it. I think what I would do is I would make specific lines, NA lines, China lines, or C lines, EU lines, stuff like that. You know, Oceania and stuff like that, Asia, like different lines, and you can choose to go to that line and play on bad or subpar latency, right? Not ideal latency. And I think that's how it would be wise to separate it. That way you're pinging to that server, so it's going to take longer to load. But those people on those servers, that way we're all still playing technically together. Not, well, NA people can only play with NA people, EU people can only play with EU people. No, because at that point, we all find out which server is the average best, where we get 75 to 150 ping, except for those one people that are there, that are getting 30 millisecond ping, and they're the ones doing the call out saying, he's doing this move, dodge it, right? And but that way we're all playing on an average ping rate. We group up into the hub that's the closest to everyone, so we're pinging better, or everyone has the same latency except for the people that are actually in that area type thing. These are the boxes I'm talking about that I can understand not resetting unless like a major update is that one right there. But the silver ones, those should be resetting every maintenance in my opinion. I mean, because this game has great potential. It has great potential. It's a little bland, but it's brand new. And the story is pretty good. Graphically, it's good. Mechanically, it functions okay. It needs work, but the core functionality of what they're going for mechanically on systematics like dodging and you know, doing boss mechanics and stuff, it's solid. It's a solid experience, right? I wonder if I could have been fast enough. I don't think you would have been fast enough. You probably would have got caught. Lies! You saw me stand up. He ignored me. It's not your fault, Danville. You're just trying to do what you think is right. Isn't everybody? So like, but you know, so people rush through the game and then complain about there being no content, and then like all of the content is like flawed. Like this part right here has an audio bug, to where it cuts out like this, and it's like nobody's reported that because everybody's skipping through it. So it's I'm like, what type of QA are you playtesters doing to say you're accurately testing this game properly? I'm being honest. I mean, I'm just being honest. I understand that mechanically you're testing it out solid, like battles and stuff like that, and leveling and things like that. But everything, you're not properly QAing this game. And then you're complaining about it being bad when you're not properly QAing the game. It baffles me. It truly does baffle me. Oh, I already equipped that one? Alright, whatever. But, like I said, that's just my opinion. Y'all say y'all are properly testing the game. You're biasly playtesting it, and that will always be my opinion. Because even me doing an astute QA, I'm still technically somewhat biasly playtesting it. Right? Because I'm biasly playtesting it in a non-biased way to where it's equally across the board, and this text needs to be fixed. This NPC doesn't function. Why does my auto attack keep turning on? Why does my cursor keep resetting to the center of my screen? Like why when I try to glide and then jump after it, sometimes I lose momentum. Right? Like stuff like that. So I mean, now nobody else cares about that stuff. I mean, like why when I do this phantom dash, can I do a jumping dash out of it, which is level 40 stuff. I'll get there when I get there. I'm almost there. I'm 36. But I mean, like, why? There's some. I'm all about consistency and fluidity in a non-biasedly balanced, proper. Everything is equally fair across the board. So yeah, if you want to say I'm biased in that manner, I am. Shit needs to be fair. There's a lot of things in these games when you create specific archetypes, like the Holy Trinity, or a rushdown character or a zoning character, that you create improper, like you can't balance it because you've intentionally hobbled something that is multiplicative on a bigger roster scale. Right? So the intentional trying to diversify and make things unique in a specific archetype actually makes balancing more difficult, because instead of adding a buff to a core, everybody being the base, and adding a buff to it, you've nerfed something and then added a buff to it, which causes it to be multiplicative if you put it up against something other than the thing that you did it for. So like offense and defense, right? You have offense and defense, and you've hobbled defense so it does no offense, and you've hobbled offense so it does no defense, and then you come in with a third factor, which is evasion, right? And then you've hobbled the offense and the defense of the evasion, right? And that's a multiplicative scaling issue right there. Instead of just saying this is how you play the game, these are the skills you have, every character can play the exact same if you wanted to, or you can branch out and diversify it into those 3 different archetypes. And that's fine, because that means everything could tank, everything could heal, everything could DPS if you spec'd into that. Just locking archetypes behind a specific class, like this class being a tank, and the Oracle can't tank. Why can't the Oracle tank? Why can't the Oracle do DPS? Just like, why can't the Wind Knight tank? If they choose not to go spec into DPS, why can't they tank? If they choose to go into the support role, why can't they do the support role? They heal you with the wind or some crap like that. I mean, it doesn't make sense to intentionally hobble an archetype to call it character diversity and uniqueness, because it makes the game harder to balance. It's all about the individual, in my opinion, to create their ideal playstyle. That was the main issue I had with the relaunching of Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age. That game, comparatively to the one that launched on PS2, is horrible. It's horrible. They went all into the holy trinity of tank, DPS, and healer. Like, that's what you had to do. Where in the original one, that's what you started out with. Every character, like Van was a thief, and then you had Ash, she was a tank, and then you had a healer. I forget her name. I think her name started with a V. I want to say it's Videl, but I don't think that's right. Her name might be something else. But so she was like the healer or whatever, and it's like once you got in game, you can start branching them out into the other categories. And yeah, okay, once you get farther in the in game, you've mid-maxed and you've getting diminishing returns, so it's time to start speccing into something else. So now your tank starts becoming a paladin because it can heal, and then your DPS starts becoming a tank because they can't get any more damage, so now they start speccing into survivability, so they can tank if the tank goes down, and then the healer starts wanting a DPS so they can help defeat this boss faster because they can't heal any better than what they are, That's how you diversify a build. You don't lock it and hobble it behind the Holy Trinity. That is stupid. You put the Holy Trinity up there and say you start off as one of these 3 archetypes. Once you max it out, you'll start getting more points to where you can start going into another archetype. And that, in my opinion, that's not just making it, well, you can only tank. I want a DPS too. Everybody wants the DPS. Nobody wants to tank because they do no damage. It has absolutely nothing to do with tanking. It has to do with feeling like you're less than what you should be in your damage, in my opinion. At least when I'm healing, I feel like I'm accomplishing something because I'm keeping these DPSs on their feet, right? A tank, I'm just standing there absorbing all of this damage, watching my numbers be like 300 to 1,000 in this DPS. I just hit for over 9,000. You're in triple digits already, man? I haven't hit, I've just got out of double digits, man. That's the problem with tanking, man. You feel like you're subpar. Yeah, okay, I can take a hit and I can stand here all day, but that guy's gonna take forever to be defeated. Now, the DPS runs up there, they die with 1 hit, but they can defeat that thing really quick. Best thing to play is a healer. And hope to God the healer can DPS. But everybody's gonna, if we're talking about squad play, nobody wants to play tank anymore. All right, that's not true. That's not true. Tanks are rare because we're jaded. That's why tanks are rare. Even I don't think anybody deserves a tank anymore. Not with how they play, not with how, don't tell me how to play the game type mentality. I'm like, bro, you're playing this shit with people. I can understand them rudely saying this is how you're supposed to do something, but if they're saying, hey, this is what I heard, this is how it's supposed to be done optimally, and you're like, don't tell me how to play this game when they're trying to be helpful. That's not the same thing, in my opinion. We have a slight problem. How the hell do I get over here? Like I said, it's being passive aggressive when you, and I'm just as bad about it. So I mean, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite or anything like that because I'm just as bad about it. But I mean, it's being passive aggressive with your lingo is the problem. Because I mean, because it is a sensitive topic. To say somebody's you're just being overly sensitive. You're being insensitive to something that you know is a sensitive topic. We're talking about somebody's competency, their caliber, their mental functionality, or to sit there and have somebody say, "Are you daft? Are you stupid or something?" This is what you're supposed to do. Versus, "Hey, I think this is how you're supposed to do it because I read over here. This is what it is. I mean, let's test it and find out." There's always a better way of wording something. So I mean, but like I said, at that point, somebody telling you how to play the game when you're playing it with other people, you're inconveniencing other people to be stubborn like that. But most people are just, you know, they're just trying to experience. They don't want to look anything up, and I can get behind that because it's like you're kind of killing the learning experience. I'm just gonna go watch a video before coming in this dungeon with me. It's like, okay, dude, I don't mind teaching you this as long as everybody in here doesn't mind teaching you this, because we're inconveniencing that person. But I'm here until we get it done. I don't believe it's a waste of time until we stop doing it. If we run this crap 500 times and don't get it done and then quit, it's a waste of time. Because then I have to get X amount of many more people to accomplish this and teach and go through the same crap again. That's what I was trying to tell my friend when we were doing the Vault of Glass on Destiny 2. Or no, was it Destiny 1 or Destiny 2? I don't remember. It's probably Destiny 1. It's like, man, this is a waste of time. Let's leave and go make another party. I'm like, that, and it's gonna be a waste of time. Right now, we almost have it beaten, and then once we quit doing it, it's a waste of time. Because we never accomplish it. But as long as we accomplish it, sure, it took more time, but it was not a waste of time. We learned, we gained experience. Those people, if we ever run into them again, will know how to do it, which means that's less people we have to teach. I don't like the disdain that comes from pugs, like experienced pugs. They're competent people. I pug all the time. They're just not very communicative. They don't communicate. It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning, dog. I'm not letting you outside. You're bored. Because normally you're still asleep right now. Sorry. The dog is looking awfully pathetic and now is making noise. I might have to let him outside in just a second. Actually, I'm going to put this on. I don't know if I can put this on. I am trying to do a speed run here, dog. Not very well, mind you, because I'm attacking it. You've got me distracted. I'm here attacking a guy that's invincible, dog. Don't look at me like that. Don't give me that side eye. Don't smile at me, knowing that I'm going to cave eventually. Because in the end, everything's fucking petty, technically. Well, most everything is petty. Give me like, I don't know, give me like a minute. Let me let this dog outside. If you start barking and disturb the peace, dog, we're gonna have issues. Okay, I'm back until a little bit later. Then I have to let that dog in again. Hopefully I remember. Or he can just sit out there and be happy outside like he wants to. All right. In any case, he knew I would cave by smiling at me and breathing on me and side-eyeing me and all that stuff. You know you love me. Let me outside. It's only gonna take a moment. You just messed up my PB, dog. My PB. Personal best. It's okay. This is the first one. So. Ba-dum. Forget what we were talking about. It's okay. I was ranting probably. It wasn't good. I know we were talking about how much of an asshat I can be. That's how I know that people can be an asshat. I'm part of the focus group, guys. You think I'm not including myself when I'm insulting you? Man. I'm a you too. I can be a you. Trust me. My pronoun? You. I love you. Use a good pronoun. It's third party generic. What are you talking about? How do I get up there again? Them and us, man. Them and us. Not us and them. Them and us. How'd you know I pressed Q, madam? Man. Wait, what happened? Q. What am I queuing, madam? Am I queuing T? Am I queuing Pit? What am I queuing? I forget. Oh wait, I'm up here. I'm supposed to grab something. Where's that? Is that somewhere? Wait a second. What? All right, we got a slight technical issues because it's not popping up on my map. It should be on my HUD. It should be on my HUD, and it's not on my HUD. Crap. Hello? I'm confused. Has it not spawned yet? Are you shitting me? I don't know about that, developers. That feels like you robbed me of something. My time. It could be I'm in an instance right now, so that's why. Oh, so it's going to take me up here anyway. Yeah, what that cat said. Alright, let's see if it's spawned now. Because I shouldn't be in an instance anymore. Yeah, so in that instance it's not spawning. Is that meant to be that way? Well, it seems a little strange if it functions like that intentionally. Wait, I'm looking. So let's go here. 20, 20, 20, 10, 10. Wait, hold up. I might actually have bags in my thing that I haven't opened, right? Oh man. That's the only bag I have? Alright, that's the only bag I have. Alright, so what does that mean? Skills. We have a little bit of a problem here. I'm running out of blue. Oh, wait. Yes, give me my awesome movement speed. I lost momentum for some reason. I don't know why. Where are we going? So what I was talking about is, when I hit this dash, why can't I do that jump out of it? That jump right there, right? I mean, I suppose technically you can. But why? Why can't I? Why doesn't it build dash? I was hitting the tilde button and it wasn't, the ability didn't pop up yet. Yeah, how you like my my regeneration punch? It was fun, wasn't it? You know, face with it. That seems cheating, man. Seems cheating. I don't trust this guy. So awesome. Come on, man. Okay, I'm not as awesome as I thought I was. Whatever, man. So we're gonna have to wait until it... See, now the rotation is a little bit off. What? I don't like this part of the game. I can't stand it. Okay, so it just... You can see me if I go too far. You say so. My apologies. Wait. Okay, you made me just bypass it for some reason. The irony of that. I do not like this part of the game. I cannot stand it. Animation lock me, yeah. For a second there, I thought he turned to attack the monster or the ogre. I did. I thought he did. Oh yeah, that's right. What was that? In? I thought I was actually going back to Asterly. I've never did the fall damage before. That was new to me. That was completely new to me. But I always have multiple jumps when I'm falling like really far, stuff like that. Ready to join? What's happening? See it move? Look better that way, in my opinion. Hours. What? What just happened? The dog can't swim, but the fish be able to swim. That's what we need to grab. I feel like my movement speed's slower than it should be. I mean, it feels like I'm moving like half its speed. She's the coolest character in the game. In my opinion. Scream all you want. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, man. Check it out. Spin you back up in a little bit.
Since
The green wobbler. Oh, warbler. What's she doing using a bow? No wonder she lost. Man, she's an oracle and a marksman. Dang. Victory! I forgot you could hit P and leave. It might be time to let that dog in, actually. You. All right. Let me go let the dog in real quick. All right, I'm back. Oops. Other way, madam. Something like that. Where are we going? All right, let's see if I have any more gear. I still don't have a helmet. How the crap do I not have a helmet? Oh, I know why I don't have a helmet. Because I haven't picked up my handbook yet. It's fine. Let's just keep going. Can you actually break that with the normal one, though? You can't even use the normal one. Oh, that's right. I don't have it. It's still done. All right. Let's try it with this one. Oh. Wow. I want to float like that too. I can't sustain it that long. I go down eventually. What? Shouldn't I have gotten a little bitty timing system? I mean, am I really supposed to move that slow without spinning? Seems a little harsh if you ask me. I'm just being real. When are they going to add that weapon type? Just like when are they going to add Tata's 2 axes? Or the dual wielding daggers? That's going to be a healer, man. Watch. It's going to be a DPS healer. Or Danville's two-handed sword, like really big two-handed sword. Doesn't look like a Stormblade sword, being real. Well, hi, how's it going? Want to join my party? Let's get out of that. Haha, you didn't quite make it. Almost did. You almost channeled that spell correctly. The warbler, man. Where's the warbler at? Got the red cardinal and the silver fox. Where's the warbler at? The green warbler. You have to be so close to it. All right. No cheesing the system there, man. Sorry, I was trying to open up a thing of M&Ms. It didn't quite come off, man. The lid. I unscrewed it some, but then it was time to move again. All right. I was curious if I could make it without jumping twice. I was. This is what I was. This is the part I thought I was hitting, but no. I was like, "Where's the epic music at? It wasn't there yet." I'm like, "Oh, it's because it's this one, not the one before it." Duh. Right, got me some. Give me that. Can't rush that apparently. Oh yeah, that's right. Dekimasta! Okay, guild. No, not guild. What am I looking for? Great. It only makes it to 10, ironically. You see that? I'm broke. I have no money. Oh, I didn't even put it. Oh, I did. Okay. Wait, no, it's 11. All right, fair enough. That's what you get, man. The Goblin King is not happy with you. He's trying to spin it to win it. It didn't work though. I was about to say, I thought I got flung into the air. It ain't working, man. Not fair, man. Plot armor. And he captured it quick. The moment. Oh no. My stream went out and came back. I swear I'm still playing the same game. OBS said no for some reason. I don't know what happened there. Don't sleep on a job, man. You got a job to do. I'm right here. Why am I still here? Because you didn't do your job. Wake up. That's the first time OBS has ever done that. Wonder what happened. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum. I don't know what I was at. I was at almost 2 hours, I think, right? My stream reset.
偉大なる尊き祖先たちよ。金宮部族第31代祭司ロローラがあなた方をここへ呼び下ろします。どうか我らが聖なる遺物に謁見することをお許しください。
Yes, please let us through.
金宮に加護と祝福をもたらすために。
Share your power with us, yes, please. And why do I have to be so particular and actually hitting that specific? Alright. I can't believe the stream did that when I'm trying to do it. A time thing. Oh my god. Thank you, OBS, for being the best that everybody says you are. Yeah, I disagree. Streamlabs was better. I just didn't know how to fix my Streamlabs, so I was like, nope. So start over, why not? I like Streamlabs better. The multi-stream was way better than using Restream. It was self-explanatory. There's a lot of things about it that are better than OBS, regular OBS. Sorry. The ideology that 100% customization is a good thing is bad. It's not streamlined, properly balanced towards one thing specifically. So because of that, what works for somebody else does not work for you. Hardware differences and things like that. Hardware, software. So, like I said, I disagree. Streamlabs OBS is better than OBS, in my opinion. Wrong button. Hit N instead of M. It's a good thing I went and grabbed that, huh? Something like that. Got stuck on something. Let's go! I think I'm under geared for this. I'm not the doctor, man. I'm the magician. Why am I healing you guys? Oh no, they aggroed me for some reason. Get him, Tina. Don't let him pick on me like that. I'm wondering if this is where possible Echon locations are. This right here? Geronimo! Alone Z? Alone Z? Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Oh, come on, guys. Keep running, man. These guys got them occupied. Jeez, man. We were letting their sacrifice be in vain, although that dude was trying to get ganked by a 2v1. Smack you with some regeneration energy. How you like that? I'll hit you some more. Time War is an atrocious event that no one wants to be part of. Who in their right mind would ever want to live the Sengoku period over and over and over and over and over again? Or any other warring era that's just atrocious. The resolution, I guess, was alright. Still atrocious, though. Run away, guys! GTFO! There you go. And I got me a group of people now. Oh, this Goblin King came back for some more, man. This is taking longer than it should because I'm under geared. Man, I'm under geared hardcore. Olvera, man. Olvera's awesome. It's between her and Rorola, man. I think Rorola is more my style. Man, they just don't care about y'all. My charisma is just that on point. Keep running like the paladin you are, madam. You got this. Where'd my weapon go? But I stole it. I'm gaining Oliveri. You better hurry up. Double time. Press O. But I don't want to press O. It was on the middle of my screen. It was messing with my OCD. I mean, you're just gonna like I haven't unlocked many things, and you're just gonna keep that up there until I get rid of it all. It's fine. We're almost done. I want to do a collection of. I want to see what all kinds of crap you get. I've opened up the bags. I opened up the bags. That's all I opened up. I'll never use those charms. I'll keep them as good luck charms. They'll help me with my wishes and all that other stuff. My drop rate. I've laughed my ass off at the developers to death. They made those charms where if you never used them, they increased your drop rate. Haha! That'll teach you for using items when you get them. Irona didn't give me one though. It made me a little sad. I want an Irona charm. That was way off. Break the force field barrier. Kamehameha! Come here, you noob of a boss armor plot. The fact that he just struts off. That shit is hilarious to me. Like, bro, get out the way or you're gonna get demolished. And we let him go. Parkour! Bam 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 bam. Are we doing here? Hikaru? Yeah, you can do it, madam. Just pick a direction and go. I'm giving you a suggestion. It's up to you whether you want to follow it or not. Does that make sense? Say, hey, go forward. And she's like, okay. I'm not go left. But I want to go right. So go right then, madam. Don't listen to me. If I press left and you go right, I'll understand. I'll try to compensate. My bad. I was fixing something. We need to go to this track. How do we get there again? I probably should get on that boss real soon because I can only get 50 a day. How long? How many? Like, so that, I mean, like, if you get lucky enough and get 3 an hour. And that's if you get lucky enough and get 3 an hour. You might be able to get 3 an hour. Maybe we'll get more than that. It'll still take you 10 hours to farm that dude completely. Where are we going? Ah, outran you. Would you look at that? There's a Tempest over here. I'm gonna go smack his ass once. Oh, damn. Might as well, I'm fucking here. Hit him again. You've broken the last straw and let me prove it to you. Saigo ni ichi ni wa well, I didn't does the wise up. That's like, try this on for size. You bit off more than you can chew. Some crap like that. Victory! Open this box because I probably won't be back to do it again later. Onward! Vroom! See right here, this whole area right here is audio bug. Look at that. And this crap made it through the beta. Why? Because I would surmise very few people actually reported it. Why? Because they don't care about the actual longevity of the game. They care about what they get out of the game, not what they can help put into the game to make the game way better than what it currently is. That's too much work. They want to play a masterpiece. They don't want to help create one. That's why I refuse to commission something out until the conceptual design of it is complete. I have ideas. And again, I don't think you understood last time. Damn it, I got stuck on a wall. Oh, that's right, you can't rush this one. You actually have to top it. By Bavaria! Up, up, up. Vroom. You see nothing. You hear nothing. Let's save Irona. What are you doing to her? Better be glad I got here. She would have ended you in a heartbeat. Has to control her power level while I'm around. Else I'll feel useless. Damn it! Aha! Only if I did that the first time, right? Oh no! Epic fail. My personal best just went down 3 seconds. Maybe 4. Yes. Yes. Shit. I went the wrong way. It's the other way. Ah. Here we go. I'm gonna fail epically hard on this one. Good job. It's an optical illusion. Well, how did I do that, man? I'm going down way faster. This fall damage is going to net me out. Oh no, you don't want this, man. Trust me. Your plot armor has worn off. You're wearing no shirt as proof of it.
貴様らの末路を選んだのはウヌラ自身だ。
Where'd he go, man?
今日はまさに
Dude evaporated.
アステルリーズが
Or
終焉を
apparated or
迎え
whatever
る
it's
日だ。
called. I think it's called apparition. We must cleanse the Hone Moon. It's dangerous. My finger's getting tired. Where is the shield at anyway? I pressed escape. It didn't open up the menu. Quit lying to me. I'm pressing escape. It's not opening up the menu, man. Dude looks gnarly, man. I want to evolve like that. Devil Jin style right there, buddy. Or Angel Jin style. Doesn't matter which one. Victory! Oh no, spoilers, guys. Turn away. They just went Super Saiyan. It's okay, he's no Brawly though. Get him, Kirito. Mega Punch! Rest in peace, bro. Oh dang, he actually said that. I forgot he said that. Haha. Yes. Until next time. Damn, what just happened? No, it wasn't Videl. It was Penelope. I can't remember. I'm trying to think of what the healer's name on Final Fantasy 12 was. Get the hell out of this audio bugged ass area. And we're not going to go that way this time. Last time I keep following that thinking it's going to the left, but no, it's to the right, guys. Never go to the left. Well, unless you want a treasure chest. Then go to the left. Madam had style. Drew my attention. Onward, pup. Mush, mush. Like I said, you can keep those nasty boxes. Disgusting. Unless, of course, me discovering them all gives me a treasure chest, or gives me a something to do. Collectible. You'll find all of these boxes and you get something. Not just, you get 5 orbs for opening up this box. 2 orbs. If you open up 50 of these in this area, you get this. That's what makes Genshin so cool. You went and collected stuff. You're missing your collectibles. You sort of have them in the game. Parkour! Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Yes. What about support? I still have my QA number 5 that I haven't submitted yet. I'm lazy. What can I say? How long has this game been out? 3 weeks? And I've already submitted 4 QAs. I think I'm doing all right. Can anybody else say the exact same? I'm sure there are a couple, but how many? And because of that, it takes forever for something to get done, because not everybody is pointing out the obvious flaws in the system. It probably was faster if I teleported. But I just love this movement in this game, man. Why would you fast travel in this game, man? Why? Look at this movement, man. There's no reason to fast travel. Oh, because I want this done yesterday. Look, I found a treasure chest because of it. I'm going to be very impressed if I actually hit 60 with an XP bonus. As long as that XP bonus doesn't ever wear off. Ever. Right? As long as it doesn't ever wear off. Because that way you can play it at your own leisure and you're not being filled like, well, I only have 30 days before that buff wears off. I mean, that's an arbitrary number. It's not meant to actually be real, but I only have X amount of time before the buff wears off, and then I'll never be able to get that XP again. So if I don't rush now, I won't ever play the game. I'll always be behind, and it'll take me longer to do something that somebody else did quicker. Right? Something like that. Where are we going? What were we doing? Why, hello. I'll never use it. Sit in there and collect dust for all I care. All right, this one's going to be faster to actually travel to. Well, I say that. I don't even have the fast travel point. I forgot to unlock it like a dum-dum. I ran past it at least twice. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I only ran past it once. Where are we going? Town Square, if I remember correctly. Bum, ba, da, dum, bum, bum, bum. 9. Level 16. Finished with the story. That took like 2.5 hours or some crap like that. Now look up. Now the long part. Here comes the hard part. We're still not done. We're not done yet. We're not to the gameplay loop yet. We're not. We need to come over here, grab this first. Because we have to go get our talent points now. Which is stopping by Irona. Who is over here somewhere. Right? No, that's the cheap person. Where's she at? She's down over here. Okay. So you want to come get your talent points over here? New talents and tribes, yes. About potential, yes. This is choosing path. We want to do this though. This is basically very simple. It's just a quest. You can pull up your quest log, pressing L on the keyboard. I think you just click on it, and on mobile, I can't remember. I already did all my quests. Overview. So all the guide quests, like I said. Okay, so they're called guide quests. They're called guide quests. I thought they were called system quests, but they're called guide quests. These are ones we want right here. Which one is it? Hold up. It's potential. Where's it at? New class, active honor. Basically, all of this stuff is right here. This talent training that we want to track this. What is less than greater than sign? Hold up a second. What's that crap? Okay, so that's probably supposed to minimize it down and pull it back up technically, and it doesn't work. So that needs to be fixed. So you need to go. You need to go defeat monsters with that talent quest I just got. First one is beat 50 of these monsters and then beat an elite, and then beat 50 of the monsters and then beat an elite, and it gives you talent points. I'll be doing that. You also need to come up. You also need to come over here and do the talent. This right here. Every 3 levels, you get 2 points. They're all unlocked right now, so you can get up to this. You'll have 70 points in the end. I'm level 50 now, so let's start collecting stuff. So I'm not gonna do the gameplay loop yet, but I am gonna collect this stuff. This is why I'm missing gear. Technically, you're supposed to be grabbing this as you do it, because that's a piece of gear right there. I was just curious if you waited until 50 if you got different gear. Probably not. It's probably going to still be the same epic level 40 gear. The purple gear. I'm still on day 1, so come here and grab all your other stuff. These are talents and fashion items and blah, blah, blah. Battle images. Seasonal hub. We'll go through that in a second. I'll end up going through all of this stuff anyway. Trading center. Mounts. Unstable space. You do this twice a day. To get your reinforced stones and your star crystal orbs. Fishing. Life skills. Train. We already did that. Trial path. That's the skills that we're about to be doing. World Boss Crusade. It opens up at, I think, 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. I don't know what time that is everywhere else. Vaults. That's a weekly reset. This is, like I said, I'll get to that. Refinement. Bed. Emblem. Missions. These are dungeons. These are zones. zone just unlocked. I need to do this, or I did it already. So features, guild check-in, daily mission, growth orbs, weekly mission, guild activity, event. We have 35. Dekimashita! Okay. I suppose attack speed and armor. Yeah. What we got here? Weekly collects for the guild. Just you do all of these every day. I'll get to that later. Like I said, we aren't to the gameplay loop yet. We finished the story, but now we have to go get all of our skill points. This is messing with my OCD, so I'm going through and getting rid of and collecting all of this stuff. I mean, there needs to be a claim all button, honestly. I mean, but how many people wait this long before they pick everything up, right? Wardrobe. Adam's got a couple of different snacks you can choose. Yes, save. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. This is fun, finicky because you have to make sure to save both of them. And then if you don't, it still doesn't work. I don't like how this system needs to be fixed. I'm not going back in there. Style. Talents. Right. I'm going to pick shield spec. Shield spec. This is what I know. I'm gonna unlock this just so it gets off of my thing. It's only 1,000, so it's not that big of a deal. Alright, so the first things first is let's go as far as we can on this. It's pretty simple on a tank. It's simple on a tank, it's simple on a healer. It's to 2-star, it gets overly complicated on a DPS. I turned that off because it takes the computer doesn't use it right. Well, I say the computer doesn't use it right, but they fully charge it up, which loses a lot of DPS. Oh, what am I doing? Forgot I can rush that. I just lost this one. Well, luckily it didn't put a fireball on the ground. Like I said, I still think, I don't know, getting all your talent points takes a minute. It's might not take as long as it took to run through the story. I think that was like 2.5 hours or something, maybe. If you skip all the cutscenes and such. But it does take a while, like defeating 50 of the enemies and things like that. I mean, you'll be alright to a specific degree on DPS until you hit probably about level 50 enemies, and then if you're actually on a DPS, you're going to start having difficulties fighting those guys because they hit too hard. If you go and gear up first, like you go do a couple dungeons and get like your level 40 legendary gear, then you might be all right, but they hit really hard. A healer can do it and a tank can do it, but a DPS they don't have passive healing. Even if you're using Void Ogre and using your healing item, it's bad. It is. They need to lower the cooldown on the healing item or something specifically for that. Or they can actually make it to where you can actually upgrade the Void Ogre, because you can't farm the Void Ogre in the game right now. So it's like, if the Void Ogre hit harder, the Void Ogre would heal you for more, so you might be able to get away with it. Especially if the cooldown goes down, right? So like, you can't level him up. So and he heals you, he's at a 60-second cooldown. So his cooldown doesn't go down, it's always 60 seconds. But at that point, he's hitting harder, which means the hot you get, the heal over time you get is going to be more, so you can at least compensate for it. But realistically, his cooldown needs to drop to like 45 seconds to 30 seconds, and because DPSs are severely lacking solo gameplay because of that, because they have no sustainable heal, which means, yeah, they can put out the damage and they could drop that enemy, but if they don't have a healer around them, not a tank. A tank can't. I mean, I'd have to test a regen tank or a recovery tank. I don't know if they can heal their teammates or not. This is not enough to keep you up as a DPS. It's not. So at that point, it's like you need that heal in order to stay up when you're fighting bosses and doing elites and stuff like that. A tank doesn't need it. The tank will take a little bit longer to defeat it, but they'll eventually defeat it and won't have to worry about going down, the mob resetting and things like that. And the healer might take forever to defeat it, but they're not going to go down as long as they're paying attention. A tank has to do absolutely nothing. They can just stand there and AFK on it. A healer, you're going to have to dodge AoEs and stuff, or it will end you. Especially when you're getting attacked by like 3 or 4 mobs, right? So you have to be careful as a healer, but because you have the sustainable heal, it's just an endurance fight at that point. A DPS, you can't defeat it fast enough for it to be like one hitter quitter. I did this wrong. My bad. I was too busy talking. Let me go back and try it again. I need to pull them into the AoE. I was actually fighting them myself, like a dum-dum. I got distracted. by ranting. I need to pull him into this right here. It's just teaching you proper positioning. Drag the enemy over here. Tank it next to the objective that you're supposed to be playing. It's teaching you, I would assume it's teaching you spatial awareness is the main functionality of it. Being observant of everything happening on the screen, all the mechanics and such. Don't just jump in it willy-nilly. AFKing is putting it on AFK is not the same thing as hard AFKing it. If you're just putting it on AFK and then expecting not to ever press any buttons, that's a problem. You should not be playing the game like that. You should be paying attention, you should be moving, you should be dodging. If you want your skills to be like that, you're gonna be suboptimal and you might not meet a DPS check. But it works fine for mobile because mobile is very difficult. Even playing on a tablet, the tablet's too big and the phone's too small. And they don't have controller support. If they had controller support, a tablet would be fine. But because they don't have controller support on a tablet, it's kind of problematic. I did request for controller support on a tablet. But because at that point you always need your basic attack on auto. That way you don't have to keep tapping the crap. Even because you don't have to keep tapping it. I'm saying tapping it because in the beta there was no hold the basic attack to attack. You had to keep pressing the button, and they rectified that in the launch. Or maybe I didn't know you could hold the button, but I kept tapping the crap out of it during the beta. I was just click 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 click, you know, because there was no I don't think there was a hold button. But so I mean that way you can move the camera around. So you have to have your basic attack on tablet turned on, because messing with a touch screen to spin the camera and tap the attack button or hold it at the same time, your hand becomes preoccupied. You can't. It's very encumbersome to try to move your hand while holding the button down. Try to spin the camera properly. So you put it on auto. You only turn your basic attack on auto, and then you turn auto on, and then you start moving, and then you press all these skills while you're moving around and dodging and stuff like that. That way you don't have to hold a button while you do all of that. But that's, like I said, that's on mobile. Mobile it's a subpar experience. It truly is. I think the touchscreen hurts it the most. It's nice that you can do it when you need to do like dailies and stuff like that. So for the convenience of actually being able to access it on a handheld is very good, but to do in-game type content, it's subpar. I'm sorry. To do almost in-game content, you'd be all right. Doing something hard is not the same thing as doing something that we're barely geared for, and we have to like meet a strict DPS check. That is subpar. You might not be able to do it on mobile. I mean, especially with like. When you're doing the tower and you're on the farthest floor you can get to, or not the tower but the vault, and you're on the farthest floor you can get to, and you happen to get that nasty arachno crab, man, that keeps going underground to where he's like running the timer out, and you have to like have severe burst DPS in order to beat him. It's pretty gnarly, man. It's pretty gnarly. I said I'm all for putting it on auto, man, but make sure you're not moving around and paying attention to the AoEs and stuff. It does get problematic when you're trying to move and you start swinging at something because you're on auto, and then at the beginning of the fight, if everybody goes down and you respawn up and you have it on auto, you'll run and attack it, and you won't be prepared and stuff like that. So I mean, it has its own flaws, but if its functionality, the rotations are actually pretty decent. They're not optimal, but they'll get most things done. They'll definitely get all of your dailies done. And any content that you're overly geared for. Even if it's a master dungeon, if you've gotten all your gear and it's max and stuff like that, then you'd still probably be able to do a master dungeon because you have the DPS check already. You're over the DPS check. You just gotta outscale the content. I probably need to collect. What number am I on? Okay, after I beat 12, I'll collect my stuff and then upgrade my skills and stuff. I'm not sure how far I'll be able to get on a tank with this subpar gear, but it's getting close because this guy, I might not be able to beat him. I'll take the hit because dodging is causing my DPS to go down. Because it gets to a point, basically you do your trial pass so you can get the seals, right? And then you get as far as you can 2-starring the trial pass, and then you go do your trial point set from Irona and get those because you have enough points to do it in a decent amount of time, and then you'll switch back once you get more points and more ability score, and then you'll come back and try to do some more. But at that point, I think you're going to have to switch and start doing some dungeons or something like that. I didn't want to jump into the gameplay loop until I got as far as in this as I could, because I want to see how far you can go. So I said pick tank because the tank's the easiest one to do this with. Healer's also not too bad, but you're going to be able to get into a queue faster with a tank than you are with a healer. Wait, this was 12, wasn't it? So every 3 levels you get 1. And that's basically what you need right now. Okay, wait, how many more points do I have? 5. Actually, I don't need this one. I need this one. I need this one. I need this one. Wait, do I need this one? I can't remember if I need this one or not. Actually, I might not. Wait, no, wait. Do I need that one? Man, I don't remember. Which one is this one? Divine Circle. No, I didn't use these 3. I think I go down the middle right here. Oh, okay. So I do need this one. I don't go this way. I go this way instead, so I can get down over here. This. All right. Sorry. Posture check, man. My ass was sliding out of the chair hardcore. I mean, I wouldn't even call that slouching. I don't know what I would call that. That's slouching is when you lean over forward. That was just sliding out of the chair, you know. I'm waiting for them to add her class. They have to have that. That's probably a new class because Kata uses those two axes too. I wonder if it's going to be a tank. That's going to be rough, man. I said I might have to do the gameplay loop because at this point I don't have the gear. Oh. I was looking at this bar down here and I saw it empty. I'm like, "Oh my god, I just died." I messed up on that AoE placement. I need to make sure to put it away. I'm getting close. I still have 9 seconds, but I don't think my DPS is high enough. Okay, so hold up a second. That's 1, 2. Oh, wait. 1, that's only 2. That's 38. I'm missing 2 points. Did I go down the left side at all? Oh, okay, so I can go down to here, so never mind. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Okay, yeah, I'm good. I don't have the DPS for this one. Wow. Leave. That was pretty bad. All right. All right. I mean, I say it was pretty bad, but realistically, it wasn't that bad. Okay, so let's do this crap in order, I suppose. Hold on. Well, I guess it's like I said. I guess I'm at the point where I have to do the gameplay loop because that's just the way it is. Because I need gear and there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, so basically you're log in and there's the first thing you should do is always go to the store. Right? Every week you'll be able to collect the monthly card money, even if you don't have it. Then you come to the mystery store, and this is what you really want to spend your orbs on. So you would want to buy Luno. You would want to buy this. This is also good. These are boss mats, right? This will be good for me. So I mean, this is good to buy. This one, this is also good to buy. Up to a specific point, once you've maxed out the imagines you have, there's no real reason to buy it. This, if you're planning on dying stuff, I will always recommend buying this. It is a lot, but it is a pain in the ass to create dies. It is the worst thing in this game. I'm being honest. It is the worst thing in the game. So if you're gonna go in on spending and buying vanity stuff anyway, you might as well buy this if it's in the store, at least up to a specific amount of them, however many you're gonna need, because it's atrocious. It truly is. The revive candies aren't bad to buy. I'm not going to be really playing this account doing that, but on my main account, I would buy this because having these are just helpful. And it's on sale, right? It's on sale, so it's not as expensive. Other than that, so you check that for the day. You come into here, and you see which one of these you have, or what these have. I've already done some of them, so they've kind of locked them out a little bit. But focus is good because you have to spend at least 400 of it a day. So what you really want to do is you can re-roll it 3 times, and you want to try to get focus up here. That way, when you're doing using your 400 focus a day, you are automatically fill this up without having to do anything else at all. Period. I mean, you'll do your 2 unstable currents or unstable spaces. That'll give you the 100 points, and then you'll use 400 focus. It'll give you the rest of the 500. So you have to be your alt has to be leveled up high enough to gather, but you can easily do all of your dailies in like 20 minutes or something like that. It doesn't take that long. I got focus, so I'm gonna leave this alone for right now. Go ahead and collect these because this is where you get most of your stuff at. Apparently, I'm lagging out. You also get some Luno for the day, and then of course this one's kind of just bogus. It gives you some points, but it's not really that big of a deal. Season pass, I think it's worth buying for this right here alone. This is 150,000 Luno, unbound Luno, which is what you use to go into the trading center and buy stuff from here, you have to have Unbound Luno. So you don't have to worry about doing the rose orbs that I did in the beginning, because my guild had something up. I could rush it, get some Unbound Luno, and then I could turn it into the guild cargo, right? So basically, I should have bought this. I'm probably going to buy it, but it has more to do with so buying the season pass I think is worth it. Specifically the season pass, I think it's worth it. I don't care which one you buy. This one's not bad. I think it's a little too expensive. But you do get these extra perks that aren't bad. But I mean, this is more than substantial enough, right? But this one gives you even more Unbound Luno and stamina pots. So these two right here, I mean, because this is $20 for 3 months. It's not that bad. If they're running 3-month seasons, $20 for 3 months isn't that bad, even if you take into consideration that the other thing that you should buy is the monthly card and buying it for 3 months. So you're looking at, in 3 months, you're looking at $35 every 3 months. So it's not really that bad. It's like $11, $12 a month. It's like Final Fantasy 14. It's not that bad. And it gives you extra stuff, you know, and you get extra of these and some extra Bound Luno a day, and things like that. So this is worth buying and that is worth buying. Simply because it like I said, the season pass gives you it gives you this. And then all of this other stuff as well. You know, these right here are good. This is good. Luno, the season passes are good, or the season coins are good. Gives you a couple of rolls. It gives you extra stamina potions. Gives you more rolls on a different banner. Gives you the cosmetic. This is good to level up your emblem. These are really good. Cheer up treats are good. They triple your drop when you go into a dungeon and run the dungeon. So I mean, that's really good to have if you're trying to farm something specific. This allows you to dye your outfits, so it gives you that for free. Or I say for free, it gives you extra revive candies. I mean, it's really good because the season points, you can buy stuff from the store every week. This is the most important thing to get right here, every week, in my opinion. Followed by this would be the Luno, most likely, and then this one right here, the advanced materials, and then the emblem parts. But those four are the most important. These, if you have the extra points, this really probably isn't worth it. This might be worth it depending on situation. And these, if you have the extra points, they're okay to use in the clutch. So, but realistically, these are the only 4 things you really need to worry about buying: are the Luno, the emblem parts, the void sigils, and the advanced materials. Because the void sigils level this shit up right here. And how this functions is these on the outside are DPS ones, and these two right here are survivability ones. So if you're playing tank like I am, you will want to get these two mainly, and these 3 mainly, and then probably this one right here. So you'd probably do these 4 right here. Whereas if you were a DPS, you would want to do the ones on the outside. I could be wrong. This might be worth it, but I'm not sure exactly what the Void Corruption power does. Realistically, you want to level them all up at the same time, because in order to unlock this, you have to get all of these equal to 30, and the higher these go up, the more points it costs. So going all in on one. Let's see how it's slowly going up. Now I'm at the point where it's taking 2. Right? So you just want to level them up at the same time. I forget 100. Hold up, let me see real quick. 100 divided by 6 is 16 of them. So 16 in this one. like that, right? And you've unlocked this. This is why these emblems are worth it, because you need to use those emblems to level this up so you can access these powers up here, right? So that's why it's in the beginning. It's kind of worth getting them first, doing this, buying some of them, right? But after you get it leveled up, there's no real reason to buy these, like, because you'll cap out eventually, and the Luno is probably more important at that moment in the beginning than that is, as long as you can, like, you know, unlock this right here, which is what I just did. So now that you have this unlocked, it doesn't really matter. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. So you just equip the one that you want to put on. Just do that one. This is what it is. So let's see right here. It says total level 30 to unlock this. To unlock the next one. I don't have enough season points apparently, but so you have to get all of these to 30 to unlock this skill, and I think you got to get them all to 90 to unlock this one. I have to remember in order to take this up. I'll have to get to that point. Oh, see, now I have season pass stuff, so technically. See right here, it said it went up. Now, in order to level this up again, I have to get 90 of this. Get all of these together have to equal 90. I'm only at 68. So that's why leveling them up equally at the same time helps, because the higher they go, the more points it's going to take. And once you hit 25 on this, it jumps to like 1700. So it once you hit 25, so technically you could go all in on one till 25, but then you definitely need to switch and go into another one. Because you're talking about a lot of points just to get one. But in any case, so we're done with this right here. These are your trophies. They're used to unlock this stuff right here, which as you level it up, you unlock the cosmetics. You get some of this. You get some season stuff. You get some rose orbs. So as it goes up, you unlock stuff. That's what all this stuff is for right here. First, the event you get for doing, I want to say the leisurelies, if I remember correctly. It's right here. The friendship coins. When's this up again? It tells you down here when it's up. 3 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. These are all your dailies, of course. Unstable space, which is what I'm about to do once I get situated. So then you, like I said, you log in, you buy the stuff from here, from the mystery store. That's to your liking. And then you go do your guild dailies, which is checking in and then doing the commissions. They're very simple. These are really the only two you have to do in a day, in my opinion, if you're in my guild. You go and talk to this guy, and then you come over here and do this guy. It's a reward from yesterday that I did. And then now, submit goods. Like I said, you're just looking at it and seeing which one you can get for like a close to 2 to 1 value. This is 19. This is not bad. This one right here, I don't. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So buy all of them like this, right? And then boom, I need one more item, something like this over here. That's 110. It's not really worth it. Looks like I'm going to have to get it, but it's fine. So I need 2 of them. Right, so it was bought at a surplus, but then you do that, and all the money I just spent, I had like what 11,000. I'm gonna make 8k back, 18k back for doing that. So you're gonna make back some Luno as long as you make sure you keep it to the 1.5 conversion rate. That's too high. 33,000. So you want it to be close to 19 or something like that. So this you want it to be close to 80-ish. So that's too high. This you want it to be close to 60, 82. That's a little high. It's okay to actually not spend Luno to be perpetual, but you're getting less returns on it. This one's too expensive too, and these are too expensive. So I mean, out of all of them, was it this one that's the best? No. I don't know. Like I said, you'd have to check. Sometimes you're gonna have to eat the cost or go gather it yourself. If like I said, if it's a 1.5 ratio, it's definitely worth buying. So like if it's somewhere between, I think the lowest this one can go is 68 Luno. 80 is okay to buy this one. 100 is okay to buy this one. This one you're probably okay buying it about like 2,200 maybe, but you can get it for 1,900 if you're lucky. So, and that's basically what you're going for. You're trying to get this to be as a 2-to-1 value as close as you can. You don't want this to be, I spent 120 Luno to get this many points, because that means it's going to cost you 20k, and you're only getting back 18k of it, right? So this has to be less than a 1-to-1 ratio. The further away you get from the 1-to-1 ratio, the more Luno you're going to make for the day, doing absolutely nothing except buying it from people without having to go gather it yourself. That way you can save all your mats for yourself, and it's just a perpetual 5k Luno gained a day. Like, I think I just got, doing that, I got like 5 to 6k of Luno, right? Because I only had 11k, right? Now I have 18k. Just from doing that. So, I mean, it's perpetual. Sometimes you might have to eat the cost because of that. That's why you want to make sure you do that, because those are your 2 options. Pay the premium on it because of what it is, or go out and get it yourself to save the money. And so you want to make sure that when you do it, that you get you get as much as you can for it. So when you have to pay the premium, it's already it's cutting into your profits, but it's not cutting into your 18k that you can spend a day. You just made 20k back the other day, so you can spend 2k extra today, type thing, right? Basically, that might have been very bad wording it. And because, like I said, the reason why you want to do that is for the coins. I left and I shouldn't have left, because at that point, every week, the guild store resets, and there's things you can buy from the guild store with those coins. That's why it's good to check in. You get some coins. You go over here. You do that. You get some coins. The guild heist over here, that portal over there. You get coins every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can do it solo. It might take a while, but you can do it solo. You might need to be a healer to do it, or a tank to do it solo. I don't know if a DPS can do it solo. But that does give you coins. The normal mode's fine for coins. You can do the hard mode, get a little bit better materials. But you come in here that way, because you need to buy this every week. You need to buy 8 of these. So you need at least that many coins, right? So you need to make at least this many coins a week so you can get your focus, right? Because this is an extra 2 days worth of focus. And then, of course, you have this, which is very important, too, to reinforce your gear, which is I'll be doing in a second. And then, of course, this right here. These right here are the most important things to buy. This is kind of maybe if you really need one, but I'd rather just go gather it with this. It's kind of pointless. In my opinion, this is also pointless. This might be worth it if you don't want to spend money on it. And this if you want to change your player card and your picture, which are this card, this right here, and then I think there's another one somewhere. I don't know where it's at. I don't know where it's at, man. There's another one. It's when you go into a dungeon, you'll picture pop up. So it's for that one as well. Besides that, that's all there really is to do in a guild. You can use a buff over here at the fountain. For fish meat, it's the only one we have right now. You have this one. I don't know how to activate these. I guess 20 people have to complete the dungeon, and then we get this. So blessing buffs are granted after 20 guild members clear the dungeon. So we only have 6 of us that have cleared it so far. It was pretty rough. It's not that bad. It just takes a full party of my guild members and a full party of pickup group people. We managed to do it. All it takes is coordination. It's not that difficult. It is not that difficult. It's a coordination thing, and it's a people understanding mechanic thing. It's not, oh my god, this is hard. Once you learn it, it's easy. It's like fighting a Dark Souls boss. The shit's hard until you memorize what's going on, and then it becomes excessively easy, just very unforgiving if you make a mistake. That's all it is. It's an endurance battle that's very unforgiving. That's all it is. But that's the guild in a nutshell. Every Friday you go upstairs and dance, so you get a guild buff. For 2 minutes, and you get more coins for doing that. And that's basically the guild in a nutshell, because at that point, all you're trying to make sure you're doing is doing all of this stuff a day. The guild cargo, the merits, which is what I'm currently doing. The guild check-in, and then these right here, you'll do this on Friday. So you'll dance on Friday, and on Friday you'll also do this one. But you only have to dance on Friday. This one's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You'll do these ones right here. And each person doing it counts as 2 points. So I think each person gets 4 points a day. So you really only need like 15 people to do this one. This one you actually do need 30 people, but this one you only need like 15 people to actually accomplish this one. It's a little bit skewed because it's each completion, not 30 people doing it once a day. It's each person counts twice because you can go in there and do it twice or something like that. And that's what builds up this, and you get this. It's very easy. We're already almost there. We're over halfway there, and it's only Wednesday. So, besides that, the wishes are kind of in my opinion. If you want the cosmetics in this or you want them out, go for it. But if you don't want any of this crap, then this is not worth it. There's no reason to get it at all. The only reason that you would want to roll on this is to get this right here. This ticket is the only reason. Unless you wanted any of this stuff right here. But if I were you, or if I were to do it logically, not if I were you, my apologies, is if you don't want anything on this, don't roll on this one. Wait until there's one that you want, and then roll on it. I wanted the ears because they're elf ears, so I rolled on this until I got the elf ears from this outfit, and then I stopped. I'm going because there's nothing else in here I want. I need like 6 more rolls in order to get my gold trophy, and I'm not going to do it until like 10 more days or something when the new banner pops up, because I don't want I need these right here. I need these tickets, but I don't need anything else in here. I got this guy, which I'm wearing, and and of course I can use some of these, but these aren't going anywhere. So there's no reason for me to roll on this until next week, because I'll just get a duplicate of this. If you wanted to get a duplicate of this, save it and then sell it later, much later, then roll on it again. But at that point, I don't know how many people want any of this. This is the only thing in here that I wanted, and that's why I rolled on it, was to get these elf ears. Other than that, this other stuff is kind of eh. The necklace is cool, this is cool, and this is cool, but for the cost, Not really. I think it took me 40 rolls to get it or something like that. I don't remember it. You're going to look at spending about 60 rolls to get something on average. It's going to be about 60, 66 rolls to get it. It shouldn't take you 80 to get it. Sometimes it will. And that's because sometimes you'll get it in like 30 or 40 pulls, right? But realistically, this is what you're going for. And once you get this item, there's no reason to roll on this, in my opinion. Unless it's like, oh my God, a lot of people are going to want that in the future. Once they remove this banner, their only place they're going to be able to get it is from me. Then, yeah, roll on it. But I can't say that this... The elf ears maybe, but not that kind of... I don't think people are willing to spend 4.5 million, whatever Luno that is. It's a lot of Luno. Unbound Luno. It's a lot of Luno. I don't know if people are willing to spend that just for one item. And the same thing for this. The mount, I told you we'd get to the mounts. The mount in itself is better than any of the mounts in the game, but it's the same stuff. So really, if you wanted this mount, you can go for some more tickets until you get the mount, and then you stop until the banners reset in 9 days, right? Or 10 days, basically. I don't want this mount. This mount is kind of blah to me, in my opinion. Let's get some restore. Right? So this is why you want the tickets for possibly these outfits right here. So like I want on one of my characters, I want this outfit and I want this one right here. And that's 15 tickets. That's a lot of tickets, man. The wings wouldn't be too bad. Cost a ticket. I could buy the wings if I wanted to. The weapons are pretty neat looking. This right here, they come with something that changes the color of your skills or whatever. This is the mount I would use. It functions like the dog. It has the jump, and in my opinion, I think it's better than the fish. So I'd rather save up 5 tickets and get this mount than to spend it on the fish. The fish doesn't seem worth it to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, the fish does have pretty neat things, but I think this mount, in my opinion, might be better than the fish. So like I said, I don't see a point in rolling for the fish because I'd want to get this mount. So I'd wait and roll for my tickets on the next banner if it's something I want. Besides that, you have the Imagine banner over here, which is next to the Alchemist guy on the map. Right here. Right here. Which is, Pioneer Bureau's in the middle right here. And then just go north of it. Mason. This guy right here, you go here to do Battle Will Exchange or Imagine in Craft or Dismantling or Wishing. This one is kind of the same thing. It's a decent system because you can pick who you want to roll for. She revives everybody. She revives everybody in your party. She lowers the cooldown of all of your party's skills. He makes it to where if you're going to be defeated, it won't defeat you. So he basically gives you invulnerability. And she's an attack skill that resets herself relatively quickly. So if you're fighting a lot of ads and you can defeat them quick enough, she'll reset over and over and over and over and over again. So you can basically do her almost on perpetual if your RNG procs right. So that's what these guys are for. You can pick which one you want to resonate with. I don't know who I'd select as a healer. You want to go with Tina. As a tank, you might want to go with Irona or Tata, and as a DPS, you might want to go as this because there's really, in my opinion, other than getting this for your healer, there's really no reason to, in my opinion, to go for these. This one can help with some people not using candy. So like I said, using this one on a tank would be wiser than using this one on the tank, in my opinion. But we haven't hit content to where, oh my God, we have to mitigate through that. So if we had that type of content, you might want to get him to make sure you can mitigate through it. And like I said, if you're using a DPS, you would use her, but I don't know if it's worth the amount of resources comparative to a different, like a Muku Chief, where if you're doing crit damage or something like that. But so probably her for your healer, tank, DPS, and this one is I don't know yet. But you can pick which one you want to set it to, and then anytime you roll on it, it will your pity roll will give you that. So this one's a little bit different. You just roll until you get this item, and then keep rolling. because you can get these guys as well. And like I said, you have a couple of good ones on this list. You have the Infernal Ogre is not bad. It's good for a tank. The Phantom Arachnocrab is good for anybody that uses mastery. So like a storm blade will use this one. The Muku Chief is for anybody that does crit damage. A Storm Blade would basically best in slot for Storm Blade from what I've seen is Muku Chief, and then the Arachnocrab. The Tempest Ogre is great for a tank. It vortexes them all, pulls everything into you, and then anything gets hit by lightning or something from the passive causes them to do less damage to you. So this one's really good for a tank. So a tank would probably be, in my opinion, the Tempest Ogre and the Inferno Ogre. Past that, I don't know about the other ones. Down here, it's debatable what you want. The Mage is good, gives you intelligence. The Mighty Colossus I would use on a tank to break them, because I tried using it on a healer and it doesn't really work that well on a healer because you can't do anything while you're charging it. So doing it on a tank helps because you're not going to do any damage anyway, and it might cause you to break through a DPS phase, so you don't have to worry about it. So this one would be all right on the tank. The Scout Leader's good on agility classes, like so if you don't have Muku Chief or the Phantom, you would use this guy. The Captain, I'm sure, is decent. I've seen people use it. It's a warrior. The only other one that I know that would be decent would be the Muku Scout. I would use this on my Smite spec Oracle because of what it does. You do enough that you do hit 10 times in 3 seconds, you get a damage buff. So this one's really good. Oh, this one also would probably be good for a healer because it gives it's well, especially the Spite spec. So I'd probably use like the Brigade Captain and this on a Smite spec Oracle, because this will increase my party. This will give a buff to me and my party members, as well as it'll proc a dot off luck, and my Smite spec is off of luck, and then this will help give me more damage. So I'll do massive damage with these two and help my party do more damage with these two. So it's kind of might be a little bit of a janky beat performer where you're increasing everybody's damage every so often when you use this one, and then your damage is going to go up when you use this one. And I think that's really it on that. Like I said, roll on it if you can. This is much better rolling on it than the cosmetics, but it's a lot of money. Honestly, they're a little too expensive, even in my opinion. 150 rose orbs for one pull is a bit extreme. It should probably be like 75 to 100 or some crap like that. It shouldn't be 150 rose orbs is like $2.50. That's a lot for one pull. That's a lot. It'd be one thing if it was a physical item I could hold in my hand to say you want $2 to $5 for it, but it's a digital good that I can't technically hold in my hand and give to somebody else if I want to. It's stuck on my account. I'm stuck with it. I can't give it to anybody else. So it's to say you want $250 for something that's not tangible, I have a problem with it. But as long as if you want to spend your orbs on that, it's better than spending it on the cosmetics, in my opinion. Besides that, you have season pass, profile, inventory, talents, gear, modules. These are I'm still learning. From what I've seen, these ones go up to 12 points mixed between the two. So what you really want to do is you want to get the stat you want with 10 on it, and you want to get 2 of those. That way you break the threshold for the 20, right? So you basically want to get 2 that have the same thing that you're looking for that have 10 on it. And then whatever this is it doesn't matter, but you want to make sure you get one that has 10 on it. In my opinion. Right now, later it's going to change, but in the beginning since we only have 2 slots, like I said, it's going to slowly change, but since we only have 2 slots, we're good for right now, I think, on that. That's the modules, balance, guilds, parties, archive, life skills. This is, you can unlock all of them. It doesn't really matter, right? When you unlock one, you get 3 points. Right? And so you have a couple of things you can do here. You need to pick what gem I'm on. For instance, sorry, it's a lot to go over. I'm trying to calculate how to do it. So these right here, these items right here help you reinforce your gear. Let's go do that so I can explain a little bit better. Maybe I should edit that out. Who knows? So about refinement, which is what we're about to do. Right? Doesn't matter. Let's go in here. He's talking about embedding on that. That's embedding. I'll get to gems in a second. So you have multiple things you can do with him. You can reinforce, you can refine, you can embed, you can dismantle. Dismantling takes all this gear and turns it into other things, right? This is going to turn into Luno. The green and the blue gear are going to turn into Luno, or the common and the rare gear are going to turn into Luno, and the epic gear is going to turn into alloy shards. Well, the level 40 gear is going to turn into alloy shards. Whether it's epic or legendary, doesn't matter. It's going to turn into alloy shards. This is the reinforcement thing. I don't have any blue gear. I might have some alloy shards. Hold on a second. Let me check this real quick. This is, if you miss anything weekly or daily or something like that, you can go to the reclaim hub, and it's I don't know exactly how it functions. Like, I don't know if you get everything back, but I do know that your boss drops, well, you can't focus farm these drops. It's gonna be RNG, but you'll get them, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Right? So boss loot, elite loot, reforged stones from the dungeons, and unstable space. Same thing with this is from unstable space. These are alloy shards, which is why I came in here, was to buy these. You get the extra Luno that you're missing. You get your skill books. You get the arcane seals. You get the basic star chest. You get the season passes that you've missed. So order of importance, I picked that up because of what it is. Realistically, these right here are probably the most important things. They're the rarest. It's this right here and this right here are the rarest things that you're going to run across. This is the second. This one right here is also rare, but you move from level 40 to level 60s. So this is the stepping stone for me. And these are of course these are mats, so it's not too bad. So at this point, you will always get enough points to buy everything. But if you're trying to get stuff in order because you don't have all the points yet, go for the, like I said, go for the books or go for what you need. If you still need reinforcement stones, go for that. Because you'll eventually get all the points for it, right? I don't know if I have all the points. This is from Steinman Lot Space Loot. I don't know what this came from. This will give me my gear though. So I mean, like I said, you'll have enough points to do it all, I think. Right? So buy all of these. Buy all the books. Right, they're the most important thing I think on this list. Besides this right here is important. These are probably the next thing that's important. Okay, hold on, let's see something quick. I don't know if I need 30 of them. Let's see real quick. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. See, I don't need 30 of them. So I'm going to buy want to buy those last. Because I need some of these, right? Trying to figure out the best way to do this. I bought. No, wait, I shouldn't need these because I should have gotten gear with what I just did, right? Oh, I haven't opened it yet. Yeah, so this is going to give me all kinds of gear right here. Let's see, at that point, if I switch classes, does that open up on... Let me read that again real quick. What quest? Let's see. It's a work in progress. I'm still learning. I've never known to lose XP, so I don't know what you're talking about. Apparently I wasn't paying attention to it if it was happening. Here's where we're at. I bought these first, and that's what kind of bit me in the ass, but because of that, I don't think I need to buy these. And, okay, so that's what we'll end up doing. We'll end up getting some of these. How many of these can I get? 1,500. Let's get... We don't need that many. Let's see, we need maybe 15 of them. Okay, we'll grab all of these. There. Like I said, I'll get more points. I'm just trying to get enough to do what I need to do. Okay, so now I can show... I'll go ahead and open this stuff up on my tank because that's what I'm on. So we go here. Use all of these. Right? And I should have gotten the gear I need, right? So I've gotten this. We're on tank, so haste, mastery, versatility, or crit. I'm not sure which one's better. This is a good weapon. Haste is what you want. You want haste more than you want mastery, I think. But this one's not bad. Let's see on this one. Luck, crit, haste. This one's probably alright. Here we go. No, that's crit. My bad. Strong. Luck, mastery, crit, haste. Is there one that has opposite? Mastery. Alright, so it's one of these two. It doesn't matter. Okay, so crit. We'll go with crit over versatility because that's what I happen to get. Haste and crit. So always want haste, mastery, and then crit. Right? Strength, haste, mastery, crit. Versatility's okay, but if you're going into crit, you might as well go all the way into crit. So if you're tanking, if you're in a party, you probably go versatility. If you're soloing, you probably go crit. That type of stuff. But I mean, I don't know exactly how that would work. Crit, luck, versatility, crit. We'll go with this one just because that proves my point. This one right here, crit, luck, versatility. This kind of sucks. They both suck. We'll go with versatility just because I'm proving a point. The earrings, crit, versatility, haste, luck, haste, crit. Going with haste, crit. Let's see here. Versatility, crits, okay. Mastery, versatility. Go with mastery because we want our heals doing more damage or doing more. I didn't get rings, kind of sucks. Mastery, haste. This one's really good. And then on this one, haste, mastery, haste. Got a good one of those. All right, so now we have all of that. Right, and then, so what didn't we get? We didn't get a bracelet, right? We need, oh wait, we did get a bracelet. What the hell was I talking about? Haste, mastery. Why didn't I put this on? We didn't get a ring. Okay, so we didn't get a ring. Madam didn't want to put a ring on it. That's fine. There's the... Let's see. Theoretically, you're not gaining any XP at the moment, right? As we are max, you don't get level up, and the XP gain not changing. You're not you can gain. So, is it worth it to do quests? No, I haven't. And I'm not sure there is. Until the level increases. Sorry, I couldn't think. Alright. So then we go here. We're missing a ring. So we go here and buy this. I need 20 of these, which means that I should have bought 20 of them, but it's okay because now I can show you how dismantling works. That's why it was kind of okay. I didn't need to worry about it. So we go to dismantle, right? So like I said, dismantling the blues will give you some Luno. These will give you these right here. So that's why I didn't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about the only time you'll have to worry about which one you're breaking down is if you have multiple sets of gear for different classes. Anything you're wearing does not show up in this list, right? It doesn't show up because even if it did show up, it would have this symbol right here on it. It says it's equipped, right? I advocated for a loadout, so maybe they can have it to where it shows a loadout up at the top right here. That way you can have like a support loadout, a vanguard loadout, an attacker loadout, you know, a tank killer DPS. So like I said, on this on dismantling, see on every other menu on this on embedding with gems, it shows you which one you have equipped. So if that symbol's not there, you don't have to worry about it. It's not in this list. Unless like you have tank gear, DPS gear, and healer gear, you got to be careful what you break down because I've accidentally broken down hats and stuff. It's because I'm not because it's very hard to tell what you own, especially when you're collecting gear of it and you're like, I need to keep this piece. Alright. I got 79 of them, which means now I can come over here and buy a ring. I'm gonna put a ring on madam. Gonna put a ring on you, madam. Where's it at? I don't care what it's on it. You gave me what I needed. Versatility and haste. Look at that. Oh. Decent roll. Next, once you get everything you need from here, like if you don't need like a better roll, like all of my crap rolled pretty good. Like I could go in here and I could look and see mastery haste, mastery haste, mastery haste crit. This I might want to re-roll this one. A pair of gloves. The boots I'd probably re-roll. That one's alright. Wait, what was this again? Versatility crit. This one's alright. So boots. Boots. So like I go in here and I buy boots. Right? Just boom. Buy a pair of boots. See if I got a better pair. It's not really that important, but you'll get a crap ton of them, right? Gave me the same crap. So, so what you want to buy is Luno with it instead. That's what you want to buy with it. if you don't need anything. And realistically, this is stepping stone gear anyway, so you don't need it. Wait, did I put the ring on, didn't I? I did? Okay. So, like I said, that's what you would do if you're trying to get like a sword or something like that and a better piece of gear. Now it's doing the reforged stone stuff, and he gave me some too. How nice of him. All right, so this is where most of your power comes from. This is why I bought those things, because in order to get these up, each time you got to put these in here, and putting one in here increases the perfection. And as the perfection goes up, all of these stats go up. And the first time you put it in here, you unlock this stat. So what you want to do first is you want to put one into each of them. So you put one here, unlock mastery. Then you go here and you put one here, right? And then here. Right. This is because you're going to have a finite. I have a surplus of these right now, but once you hit level 60, once you hit the level 60 gear, you're going to have we just got it, so we're in a reforged stone crisis right now. Level 60 reforged stone crisis. We're at a reforged stone bottleneck. So, like I said, that's what you would want to do right there. And then you would want to go all in on your weapon, just all in on it, all the way up to the top, right? 80, right? It gave me luck. I don't want luck. I can re-roll this, but at this point, you're not really worrying about re-rolling because you still have to get everything else up. And then you would go down here. This is haste and crit, no. Haste and crit, no. Versatility crit, no. Versatility crit, no. Haste and crit, mastery, crit and mastery. There we go. Haste and mastery. We'll take this one up all the way first. Like that. Haste and mastery. We'll take this one all the way up first. Right? And then more haste and mastery. Take this one all the way up. Right? And then, all right, so we got all that. Now we're looking for other haste. This is haste. There's haste. So we'll grab the haste and versatility. Haste over mastery. So we're going for the haste and the haste first. As a main stat. So this one would be second because it's lowest and versatility is highest. But this is haste is the highest, so we'll go for this one next. Right, versatility, luck. This one's kind of crap. Versatility, crit. This one's kind of crap. This has haste on it. Let's go for this one. This has low haste, high crit. This one has low mastery, high versatility. High versatility. So we'll go for the haste over the mastery. Like that. And then we'll go for this one next. Right, and then versatility crit, we'll go for this one next. And then it's the last piece. All right, now that we're done with all of this, I was just showing you order of importance. Your class is going to vary. Like Stormblade, you're going to go with crit, mastery, haste, because you'll get your whole Eido stance is based off of crit. Well, Eido Stormblade is based off of crit, so you would go for any piece that has crit on it, then any piece that has mastery on it, and then any piece that has haste on it. And at this point, now you re-roll. You see the weapon is kind of crap, has luck on it. This has haste on it, so that one's fine. Versatility's fine. Versatility's fine. Crit's fine. Mastery's fine. Luck needs to be re-rolled. Versatility, luck needs to be re-rolled. Haste is good. Versatility is fine. So we'll re-roll this one, and boom. Don't remind me. You can re-roll it. I got crit. I'm moving to the next piece because I got one of the strats that I'm looking for. Haste is probably the most important one. Like I said, haste, mastery, crit / versatility, depending on what you're doing. Maybe mastery, luck, versatility. Okay, so now that I'm done with this, technically I could try to roll off the versatility or the haste for something else. Technically I could. I'm not going to, but technically I could, because there is level 60 gear exchange, and you can change these into the level 60 stones. So I'd rather take these and put these into this, like that. Now I could have saved them, which I probably should have, and I could have used it to get my level 60, my level 40 gold gear up to 100. But at that point, you're going to be conflicted between whether you want to switch to this gear or you want to keep your perfectly rolled legendary level 40 gear versus switching to your epic level this gear right here. So like it's all stepping stone gear. So at this point, I mean, I don't think it matters. I mean, I could have saved it and waited because these aren't going anywhere for a week, but it'll eventually get to the point, like I said, you're just buying all the Luno from here, and then you're buying all the Luno from here and these stones until you don't need these stones anymore. But then a level 80 gear is going to come out, and you're probably going to take these stones and turn them into the level 80 stones. So you'll be buying these and turning them into level 80 stones, etc. You know, same thing with this. You'll be buying these and turning them the heavy alloyed and turning them into a higher alloy. But so I could have gotten this gear, but it doesn't matter at this point because I'm explaining the gear progression from start to finish. Because it didn't hurt me. Trust me, it didn't hurt me. Those reforged stones that I put in, as soon as I break this piece down, it keeps track of how I've reforged it 8 times. That means I've put 16 stones into this piece of gear. I'll get those 16 stones back plus the alloy charge when I dismantle this. So re-rolling it, only the reason why you wait to re-roll it is because you can't get these stones back once you put it into it unless you break this down. So you're better off leveling everything else up first and then re-rolling. Because I had to re-roll a couple of these, which means when I get a gold piece, I'll have extra to put back into it. I'll break this down, get back the stones, and then I'll level up the gold piece. At that point, though, you want to make sure the stats are what you want before you do that. Because it's not going to be an improvement if you have luck on this shit and you don't need luck. It's going to actually be a downgrade even if it's level 100, in my opinion. You're better off just spamming the crap out of that dungeon until you get the gold gear that you're looking for. And so that's how reinforcing and dismantling works. Refining is, that's why I said these are the bottleneck right here, because you have to level all of these up, and each one of them takes this, and this slowly goes up. So this is a bottleneck, a very harsh bottleneck, actually. We're bottlenecked on level 60 reinforced stones, and we're bottlenecked on Starforged crystals. And we're still not even to the level 2 ones. We're not using the level 2 ones yet, and we have them. So eventually you won't be bottlenecked on this, but you'll still be bottlenecked on the next tier one. And this right here, these items, they're not too bad. That's why I stopped talking about the life skill, because I needed to get to these items right here. So you have the mystery metal, you have the radiant stone, and you have the fine forged stone, right? These are used to increase your refinement level. The refinement level, all of this stuff right here, is permanent. No matter if I switch gear out, I switch classes, it's going to give me these stats increases. Once you hit 5, you get an extra bonus effect. So once all of these get to 5, it gives you an extra bonus effect. Every single time you take it up a level, so you start with your weapon, right? It's giving me 6, 2, 6, and then 200. Now it's 2, 6, and 400. Right? So this is going to eventually go up in number, and this is going to go up in number as well. Just like the Luno did. Um, the the I'm sorry. Wait, did you say Mooku King or? Okay. Okay. Now we can go back to the life because it, well, 7 minutes now, but still. So we go back to the life skills. So you have when you're first starting out, you have multiple things you can go into. You can either go into the ore that you use to make that item. Those items that I'm talking about. This is to forge for your weapon. This is to forge for your armor. This is for your accessory. This is to, once you hit +5, I'll go into that later, but this is to increase the success rate because it starts dropping down by 5%. I think that's +9, or yeah, +5. So you can go into your gems. You can go gather your gem. So you can make your, so like I said, you gather these so you can make these right here, right? And depending on which one you're short on, that's when you would learn it. If you're not hurting for materials, then there would be no point. I always recommend it was bad to do it at start at server launch because of how it functioned. But coming in late, I always recommend doing gems first because it's self-sustaining. You can make your own gems. You only need 11 of them, and they're expensive. They're like 7K or something like that of Luno. So these right here, the reason why I say don't worry about these so much right now, because you're not going to get bottlenecked on that like the gems where you'd have to come up here and you'd have to go to life skills and then go over to gem craft and then 3K for just one gem, and then to get the actual next gem is 6K, and then God knows how much this one's going to be, right? So what I always recommend doing is grabbing the gem you're going to use, So you pick what you want to use. Ruby is crit, sapphire is haste, emerald is mastery, topaz is endurance. Is it endurance? No, topaz is luck. Sorry. So crit, haste, mastery, endurance. So depending on which one you're going for, depends on which one you go for right here on this, right? And then on your gem craft, you grab the gems, you grab the processing stone, right? And then whichever stat you're going for, you go for this. This is agility. This is agility. This is intelligence. I can't remember what they are. I'm sorry. This is vitality, I think, or endurance. So this is endurance. And of course, this is intelligence. The pearl cut, the triangle cut is strength. And the, so here we go. So we have strength, endurance, agility, intelligence. Endurance is health. Strength is, of course, strength. So tank, DPS, DPS. Or this can also be a healer technically too. So like I said, on a tank you would use one of these two. I use this one on my Stormblade. But if you're a Storm Knight or Wind Knight, I think they're based off of strength, so you would do Triangle Cut. If you're a Frost Mage, you would use this for Int. Same thing for Oracle for Int. So Int, agility, endurance, strength, and so you would pick which one you want to go through on that, and then you would make that gem for yourself. And then once you have made 11 of them, then as you're gathering these, always gather this, right? You'll always need the base gem to make the higher gem. So if you see right here, it takes this gem, and even if you go down to this one, it takes this gem. So there's no point in really going gathering a crap ton of these two right here. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Of this right here and this right here, unless you need it or you're trying to sell it, because the only one you really need to gather is this one right here, because you're going to use this on everything. So basically what you would do is what you would do is you would pick the gem you want. Let me see, what? So intelligence, crit, haste, mastery, versatility. Okay, so I'm basically what I'm doing right now is I'm showing you go with your tank, you build up your tank, you get your tank into this crap of gear that I have right now, right? And then you start farming your DPS gear or your healer gear, whichever one you're planning on switching to, right? That's why I needed to look up that real quick, because at this point I need to grab I need to grab a ruby, because I'm going to do a Frost Mage. So I'm going to grab a ruby. And so I need to be able to get rubies. So we grab one in the ruby, right? We just need one in the ruby. And then we'll need this one right here, right? Ruby Pro, right? We'll grab Ruby Pro. That way I can go gather this. And then we need to get gem processing for right now, right? And then we're going to go for a pearl cut, because I'll use int. So I'll use crit int on this one. So for my Stormblade, I use fancy cut because I use crit agility. But I'm going to use crit int. And then so these would be what I would do first, because you'll gather this, and you need to make 11 of these right now. It's going to unlock to where you can get this one. So you have to get this one to get to this one. So see 29. Trying to see 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 5 days, this will unlock, and you can get this one. So there's really no reason to actually, if you're trying to meet the ability score, you have to put this in your gear. Honestly, you're going to have to, but it is a waste of focus, in my opinion, to do this. Since this is not opened up yet, I'm going to do it to where you basically would completely skip this one in 5 days. You would just go straight to this one. There would be no reason to. You put the point into here to do this, but you wouldn't go mine this. You would just skip it and go straight to the master. You would mine these, and then you would mine these. There's no reason to do pro in 6 days, 6 days, something like that. I'm going to go ahead and do the pro, probably, maybe not, but I definitely need to. It's like I could have saved that and then gone into this over here if I really wanted to. But how focus works is every 300 points of focus you use, you get 1 point. So me going and gathering a crap ton, basically I would go and gather a crap ton of this until I get 1 focus point, and then I would come over here and then I would learn the pearl cut, basically, and then I would go gather some more ruby pro, and then I would get the master cut, and then I would gather some master rubies, and then I would get the pearl cut 2, right? But I can only go to the pearl cut 1 right now, so basically we're still time gated. So I'll grab this one, and this and these right here, and then move on probably to these ores right here. And then of course after I gather these ores, then I would actually have to come over here, and then I would have to get this stuff too. So it's not great to deal with. The gathering stuff right here, the spare pouch and stuff, I don't think this is worth it unless you're running an alt and that's all you're doing is gathering. Then grab these. This right here is way worth it more for 2 points, because each of these costs 2 points. So crafting stuff, these are worth it. You know, crafting the gems, they're worth it. The smelting's probably worth more than the gem craft. The same thing for alchemy. I'm on a tank right now that uses light, so you would use these right here. You would go for your potion that is based off of light. But if you were, I'm going to switch to a Frost Mage, so I want to actually go for this one to get my DPS increase right here. I'll go with ice. And for Culinarian, if you're going for attack, you're going to have to go for Fish Pro, because the top tier, and this is a problem I have with the system, the top tier, you have to use fish in order to make it with attack. Magic attack, you can go with meat and you'll be okay, because you can get the magic attack with meat. So you can go with a sustainable. So if you're going with magic attack, you go with meat. If you're going with basic attack, you go with fish. So on Culinarian, you choose between master attack and magic attack. There are a couple of other ones at life and endurance and stuff like that down here, but realistically, and you would also use lucky cooking. These are worth it too, because you have a chance of making an extra 1. Like I said, the gathering is not so great because you have a chance of gathering 1 extra item. It's not that great, but making 1 extra item, that is way better and worth 2 points over this, because like utilizing these 2 points here, when you could take those 2 points and learn an extra ruby or emerald, so you don't have to worry about getting it for the guild cargo or selling it or something like that. I mean, that's 2 points over here versus 1 point down here, right? And this extra mining faster, okay, it saves time, and if you don't have a lot of time, it helps, but in the beginning, you're talking about diminishing returns versus other things, in my opinion. You also need to grab gem wax crafting. I completely forgot about this. So I grabbed this first, but realistically, I should have grabbed the... No, I did it right. because I can't make this yet anyway, right? So before I learn the pearl cut, I need to technically learn gem wax crafting, because I need to make this item in order to make this item, because it requires the wax right here. So you have to make the gem wax, and then of course it takes even more right here. So like I said, so now the next point has to go into the gem wax crafting. So we can go do that right now. Do I ever sleep? Yeah. Okay, so, but that's basically this in a nutshell. The only other thing you might want to get is dyes, but it's a big pain in the ass to dye things, and that's everything. The mushrooms, you would, in my opinion, from what I was looking at, the mushrooms are more important than anything else on this list. The fruit do have their bonus, their perks, but the mushrooms are. You're going to use more mushrooms than anything else. So mushrooms on this list, all the ore on this list, the ruby, the gem you're using, the like I said, fish if you're on attack, magic attack is meat. You're going to need waxing and burning powder. You're going to need these right here. You need the burning powder to make this right here. You need burning powder to make this. So you need burning powder before you make this. So wax and burning powder. Alchemy, like I said, you get the element that you want. And that's about really it. You can, culinarian, you can get the cheer up treats, but the resources are very rare currently. I don't know if that's going to improve, but they're rare to get, so it's hard to make. It's very expensive to make. Smelting, like I said, all of this, but before you grab any of this, you need to make sure to get the burning powder. You need the burning powder for all of this up here, and for this for the machinine, or whatever that word is, you need the fast burning powder for that. And then of course, like I said, we did the gem craft already, and the weaving. Realistically, this is the only thing you need, in my opinion. And it's a pain in the ass to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It truly is. All right. So on that note, the reason why I said go with gems over going with the than going with smelting for this is because those boxes that you get, these right here, all of this crap I got right here, they have a chance to come out of that box. All of this crap has a chance to come out of that box. So you don't have to worry about falling behind on this yet. You'll have enough time to catch up, and you can't get the gems in here. So because you can get these from these boxes, I recommend going for gem crafting first. So let me show you what I'm talking about. See, I got 29, 59. I didn't get any. I didn't get any of the accessory ones, but that's fine. Madam didn't want me to put a ring on it, but I did apparently. Let's go ahead and open this. Open up all my Luno. Open up all these boxes. That's one of the rare items I was talking about. See, now I got 6 of these. I got some of these. So I'm bottlenecking on this right now. I need to get more of these. I got a bunch of these. My God, my armor is gonna be awesome. It's like play tank, play tank, play tank. I don't want to play tank. I'll play tank if somebody needs me to play tank, but I don't want to play tank. There's a big fucking difference. All right, open up all that. I think that's everything. Why not read this? Just get it out of my inventory. I should have just left it there because I don't understand why it's already active and I don't use that to activate it. Very weird. All right, so that's everything. I didn't open this. Let's see, what else do we got? I think that's everything. So I bottlenecked on this a little bit, but it's not that big of a deal. So like I said, we can go back to refine. That's why I said not to worry about it. I would do it one at a time. Like, it's okay to put it into here because it's still 6, right? So you know, now it went up to 12. I definitely need to switch to another one to take up the other ones, right? This is 3. This is 3. And this is 3. And then jumped up to 6. And so at that point, I mean, do I want to take this up to 3? I mean, might as well. It's my damage, right? So go for my damage over my DPS. Gauntlets. I still think doing everything one at a time is the best thing to do. Because of these. This right here. Because of this right here, it's a nasty bottleneck. It truly is. Alright, so looking at this, attack, defense, 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 attack, 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 defense, defense, attack. So I think going into attack is probably still better. I mean, I could be wrong. You might want to do defense if you're a tank. But since I'm a DPS, I'm going to make sure to go into attack. So I would put it into this ring right here since I only have one left. I'd put it into the ring, and then I would put it into the charm, and then I would put it into both of these. Same thing for this stuff up here. That's why I put it into the weapon first. But I have so much of this stuff that it doesn't matter. That I'm going to take them all to 3. And then I'm going to actually wait on this because I want to catch these up first. And I need to get this in order to do that. So at this point, I really need these items. Well, that's reinforcement. This stuff's permanent. If I switch classes, if I switch gear, it's still going to be there. You're not going to lose it or anything like that. Now I leveled up, so I get another box. Like I said, it's a little bit harsh right now, but every day. The problem is I'm only on my handbook. I'm still stuck on day 1. Well, day 2 just unlocked, right? So it's like, as these open up, I'm going to get more and more of these boxes, right? There's 3 there. I swear this wasn't opened up earlier. I missed it. Where's it at? So now I got even more of those boxes. I got 8 more, right? lagging. And I ended up getting 9 of them this time, so I managed to get some of them back. So now I can upgrade another one. Because you have to look at it, every single time I raise a level, my ability score goes up. So if you do it evenly, the amount of resources it takes to raise your ability score is less. So if you go all in, you're going to get less. You're going to get... I don't know how much the jump is, depending on going from level 4 then to going to level 3. But you would assume that the resource cost is diminishing returns the higher level you get, basically. For ability points gained. Or, yeah, for ability score gained. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to bottleneck myself, so I'm not raising this up. Now, technically, I could probably... These are only... It's still at 2. Well, this is at 4. And I want to make sure to get them all to 5. Technically, I could raise... Let's see. So, technically, I could raise this to 5. See, it went up to 3 now. Right? So, it's like... Go ahead and raise this to 4. Because it's my attack. And as soon as I get it to 5, it's going to... you'll unlock this. I'll do it on my earring. And I'll do it on my necklace. So, as soon as you get it to 5, you unlock this, and now it drops down 5%. So you have to use these items right here that I was talking about before to raise it up to 5%. Now, the debate whether it's worth it or not, I've seen shit fell at 25% or 95% before. I've seen shit go through at 5%. Like losing this many items is going to be a problem. That's a lot of focus you're losing right there. That's a lot of focus. So wasting going and spending enough focus to make this is way the fuck worse chance losing all of this shit right here. All of this shit. I don't know if you actually lose the materials when it fells or not. No, the dog is back and wants to go outside. And then he left after I said that. So see, it doesn't state on here what happens to those items when they fell, but I would assume you lose all of this shit when it fells. I've played too many Korean MMOs, man, that you fell, you lose all the shit you put into it. One of these items is way better than... Let me go let this dog out real quick. All right, I'm back. For now. Then I'm gonna have to let the dog back in. But in any case, so now we need to go gather. Oh no, I guess we don't need to go gather. We need to go to all this crap. Unstable space. Where I'm at now, I can probably finish the trial. I'm at 8,000. Okay, I'm curious if that's even worth it. Because like I said, you come over here to life exchange this lady over here, right? And she gives you a thing to where you can change your class. I'll never understand. You give us way too many of those. So she just gave me the item that allows me to unlock my class. I'll try to equip this stuff this time again. Alright. Now. So she gave me the item to unlock another class. So how to obtain whatever. So then go here. Shield Knight. Frost Mage. Unlock. Right. Come over here and talk to her. And then thought I talked to her. She gives you the quest. Submit. There. Now I have to go defeat enemies or something out there. Which is fine because I have to do it for the first talent quest anyway. It says defeat 20 goblins, but realistically the other one says to do the same. Before I go out there, like I said, I should be able to do this now. The problem is I wasted all of those points on my tank instead of my DPS. The Luno, I spent it all on my tank. That's what I was questioning before. It's like, maybe I messed up. Somehow beat the 60% marker. That was rough. Nasty fire on the ground, man. It's pretty rough. This one. So this one and this one. Oh shit, I hit the try again button. Dang it. Watch out, cat. Sorry, cat jumping in my lap. Alright. Pushing my microphone, cat. Lay down and relax if you wanted to be company. Damn it, cat. I was dealing with you and I dropped a fireball in the wrong spot. I almost didn't make it. Shit. Oh, it's 50, not 60. I was about to say. I think I'm about to tap out, man. I don't know if I can go any farther. There we go. Now, all the way down here. Right? Oh, wait. We go... We don't go that way. We go this way. Yeah, we'll go this way with it. Damn, I can't do it. So it's going to be rough doing it the way I want to do it because mainly because of Luno. That's the wrong thing. Honey Bagger Goblin. I mean, these guys. Not everyone can handle regeneration energy, apparently. That dude just got disintegrated by it. You want some more regeneration? Here you go. Taste it in there. Why is it lagging like that? I'm trying to figure out why it's lagging. Come on. Nice. I have no idea what that is going to do. I will look into it. Get off me, man. This? And I don't know. I'm gonna have to restart the game, of course. You're Alright, that's starting to agitate me. I'm gonna have to log out. Hold up a second. I'll be right back. Sorry, I was letting someone else know. I was logging off real quick. I'm gonna have to shut the game down real quick. That was horrible. I don't know what's going on. What the hell is running in the background that doesn't like me? What do you mean it's off? I'm gonna have to restart my computer or something. All right, looks like we're gonna pick up with part 3 in a second. So I'm gonna reboot my computer and shit like that. Give me a moment. I'll be back.